It's hitting season at the ballpark today. Phil's up 4-0 on the Cubbies. We got you covered right here on the Sports Bass live, 97.3 ESPN. A Schwarbaum has given the Phillies a 4-0 lead, followed up by a little Castellanos triple. What world are we living in? Cassie's hitting triples, Schwarber going yard. Well, it feels like June. Are things starting to turn around for the Phils? We'll dive into it, of course. Now, it's on the heels of a loss last night where the Phils looked not great. And parts of the game that did not look great have been parts of the game we talk a lot about, including the bullpen, which let them down significantly last night. Phils did make a bullpen move today. Phils keep taking my advice. They didn't take my advice as fast as I told them to, but they did finally cave in and DFA'd Carlos Hernandez. Carlos Hernandez is the epitome of the pitcher that I dislike. A guy with high velo and can't throw strikes. That is, to me, the biggest, I know this sounds harsh, but waste of a pitcher. A guy who can throw hard but can't command, and I have no room for you if you cannot throw strikes with high velo. That sounds like a waste of talent to me. And Carlos Hernandez was DFA today. They brought up Michael Mercado, who was back with the Phillies. They lead 4-0 right now. 3 runs in the second. That was all sparked from a Max Kepler double that gave the Phils a couple runs there. Look, I think one thing we tend to do in baseball a lot is make wild generalizations, right, based on pockets. You know, you have a 10-game pocket, and you take those 10 games, and then you try to put a hypothesis on the rest of the season of what you think will happen based on a 10-game sample size. Phillies looked awful for 10 games. And you look at those 10 games and say, well, there's all these things going wrong in these 10 games. And I find it hard to believe that many of these things will be fixed. Now, 10 games later, you might say, all of a sudden I don't feel as bad about some of those things. And then you go back and forth and back and forth. You know, as I was driving around coming to back to the office today, I heard them say that this is game 68 for the Phillies. And you realize they have about 100 games left in the season. So anything they've done over the 68 games in 10-game pockets, that's 6 10-game pockets, and we are approaching the 7th 10-game pocket. Castellanos, what are you doing? Come on, man. I mean, come on. He just got thrown out at the plate on a ground ball. That is so the 10-game pockets, you look at the first 10-game pockets, you look at the second 10-game pockets, you look at the third 10-game pocket. Take those first 30 games and then take the next 3 10-game pockets. Don't you feel way different about the Phillies through the first 30 games than the second 30 games? And if you took them and broke them down even to smaller groups at 10 games at a time, you would probably feel different after every 10-game pocket. So I think if you look at where this team is, do we overreact sometimes? Sure. It's part of the job, right? You see stuff, you react to it. You guys then text in, adds more fuel to the fire. I try to stay as level-headed as possible. And generally, though, when I see something, for instance, Bryson Stott's up today, right now. And by the way, he got bumped in the lineup from 5 to 7 today. Deservingly so. You know, I base my opinion on not only what I've seen now, based on what I've seen from Bryson Stott through his first 3 seasons in the league. And it's frustrating because you saw the guy break out his first year, hit 280, looked like he was on the way up. The second year, he has all sorts of problems, and it's reported that he had this elbow injuries that he's playing with, so you're willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. Here we are 68 games in, and I see Stott, popping up to center field, shallow right there, and basically a nothing burger, hitting leadoff not giving the team much. They move him to 5 for one night. Then they move him down to 7, and quite frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if he got dropped even lower. But as the Phillies come out today against a Cubs team that right now is one of the better teams in the National League, and you have a chance to win the series against them. I guess what I'm getting at through all this dissertation of all these pockets and 10 games this and 10 games there is, let's say they hold on to win this game. They're up 4-0. Luzardo's pitching. I think Luzardo might have 7 strikeouts already. We're going to the 4th. So Luzardo's pitching pretty well in the game, right? He's pitching pretty well in this game. So Luzardo's pitching well. Look, some of the reasons your team was struggling, 7 strikeouts, Josh confirms, in the 4th. Some of the reasons your team has been struggling, think about this over the 10 games. You had a dreadful start from Zach Wheeler. Do you expect that? Not necessarily. I don't think there's going to be too many Zach Wheeler dreadful starts along the way here. He generally pitches pretty well. You had 2 dreadful starts from Jesus Luzardo. Now, we don't know enough about Jesus Luzardo, but I don't know that Jesus Luzardo's last 2 outings are really indicative of the pitcher that he is. You had a bad outing last night by all accounts. Not a great outing. I don't want to say a bad outing, just not a good outing from Mick Abel last night. You lost that game. So you get my point is this team's strength is based on starting pitching. Well, some of the losses in this 10-game pocket were some really bad starting pitching from guys that you really like. So I guess I go back to, yes, I feel like the offense has problems. But this offense has had problems for a while. Like, these problems are the same problems we've had in 2022, 2023, 2024, and here again in 2025. They don't have a right-handed bat to balance out the lineup, to hit in the middle of the lineup. They don't have enough power here. They don't have enough this. They don't do enough that. So somehow this team, with all these problems that we talk about all the time, is always in the mix. They're in the playoffs the last 3 seasons. And I know it. You don't want to just be a playoff team. You want to be a World Series team. But the last 10-game pocket that we saw, is that really who the Phillies are? Were their flaws just overly abundant for a 10-day stretch? That's what I want to get from you guys today. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. We'll hit up the text board throughout the show. Let us know what you think. You know, it's easy all the time. You see a game, you're frustrated, you definitely want to, improve. You want to get better. You think there's ways that you can do it. But I guess, is Dave Dombrowski smart to slow play this and hope and wait for his guys, these guys that he's put a lot of faith in? Is he in the right to wait this out and hope some of his guys, JT Realmuto, Alec Boehm, Bryson Stott, Max Kepler, that's the guy he put $10 million on the line, and a couple of others. I mean, Nick Castellanos, who's had a okay year. Is he right to wait those guys out? So many times we see these guys over and over and over and over, which gives you more ammunition to kind of say, I've seen this guy, he does this all the time. But quite frankly, these guys' track records are pretty good, right? Even the guys you're tough on, like they're all have been a part of this team's success. So like through hell and high water, they get the job done, except for, yes, they've had playoff failures. And I guess what we're all looking at is, what do they have now to get them over the top in the playoffs? What do they have different? That's where I'm having trouble to see the forest through the trees. Fine. Maybe we've been too hard on them. Maybe the 10-game pockets we're judging too much. But I do think it's fair to say, what have they done differently with this roster and this team to make the result different? other than just being hopeful that they turn it around at the right time. That's the hard part with this, man. As I heard that number today, 68, that's the 68th game of the season. It really made me reflect a lot more on where this season is and possibly where this team is. That number, for whatever reason, it's game 68, and I was like, game 68? My gosh, they have a marathon still left to go. A marathon still left to go. Think about that. We're not even through the month of June. We're not even halfway through the month of June. You know, this all gets confounded by the fact that the Sixers' failures put way more on the Phillies earlier, right? The Sixers having such a disastrous season, literally, we handed off from Eagles Super Bowl right over to pitchers and catchers. And by the time pitchers and catchers got here, the Sixers were completely irrelevant. Where generally we are looking at the Sixers, and evaluating them on a Tuesday night in February and complaining that they lost a game at New Orleans on a Wednesday night in March. And then they get to the playoffs, they win the first round, and they get to the second round, and that gets us into like mid-April. And then the Phillies are kind of like off the ground, and you're not complaining about them until like May or June. Well, because the Sixers were so irrelevant, we started on the Phillies in spring training. Trying to get a look around. It looks like a double. Is that a double over there with one out?
There wouldn't be a double if Nick Castellanos would have caught the foul ball that he had in foul territory, but he lost the ball in the sun, I guess. I don't know. But, I mean, he literally, the ball drops like a foot away from him. He had the ball, Mike. It wasn't like he had to dive in the stands.
I didn't see it, so I can't really comment on it.
Nick Castellanos needs to see a shrink. He's got to stop thinking that he's got speed, okay? This is now multiple times that he has been thrown out making dumb running plays. And if he's having trouble seeing the ball to catch it, maybe he needs to see an eye doctor.
You see, he needs to see a shrink?
And an eye doctor.
That's
seems to be. Off day coming
I don't know
up.
that the shrink is necessary. I don't know how that where's the tie into the shrink here?
Well, I mean, the guy apparently thinks that he's faster than he is, so someone needs to decipher why. Why does Castellanos suddenly think he's a speed merchant?
Yeah, that was just a bad decision, both of them, by the way. Cole from LBI says, I think this Phillies team is around 85-90 win team, and that's if the starting pitching holds up. Luzardo looks good today. He's the key of that rotation. Harper's a huge concern, in my honest opinion, and Schwarber has hit a cold spell here. He did hit a atomic blast today. That thing was crushed.
I think he's out of the slump.
Yeah, Luzardo, one home run doesn't pull you out of the slump, but it looked pretty good there. Yes, and it's funny because Schwarber, generally the month of June, he's hitting 195, and then he gets to June, and he kind of pulls his average up over the 200 mark. I'm not all that concerned about Schwarber. That's one. Harper, is he a huge concern? I'll tell you this, Cole. You bring up an interesting point here. I am not going to downplay Harper being a concern for two reasons. One, the fact that this team was struggling as bad as it was, and Harper said, I can't help you, I need to take time off. That is a concern, so I think that's fair. Two, today's lineup was interesting. They flip-flopped Otto Kemp and Alec Boehm. So Kemp is playing first, and Boehm is playing third. And you might think, why are they doing that? Do they think that Harper is going to be out longer than originally planned, and they don't want Boehm playing first base for that extended amount of time? In other words, hey, Boehm is our third baseman. Big picture. We got to get him back to third base. We can't have him playing first base for a month, 2 months.
I mean, did Alec Boehm maybe go to them and say, I'm more comfortable at third base than first?
I will read you the report from Matt Gelb, who tweeted this out from The Athletic. He basically mapped it out in this words. The plan is for Otto Kemp to play mostly first base moving forward. Phillies want Alec Boehm back at third base. Kemp went through Bobby Dickerson camp this week. Now, it says Phillies want Alec Boehm back at third base. There's two ways you can look at this. One, do they think Alec Boehm's just a better third baseman than Otto Kemp? Kemp has his resume does not suggest he's the greatest third baseman. That was not his calling card. It's not defense. Right. So, do they just think Alec Boehm's a better third baseman than Kemp? That's one. Two, could be what I just said. If you think Boehm's your third baseman, you don't want him shifting over the diamond for a month or two and then having to say, hey, man, when Harper's back, now we need you to go back to third base, and you haven't played third base in a month. So is that a little bit of a sign that maybe they think Harper could be out longer than maybe the 10-day injured list?
I mean, it definitely, if that is the case, then that is definitely concerning for a multitude of reasons, not just because he's Bryce Harper, but because it's a massive hole in your lineup, and Otto Kemp is nowhere close to filling that void.
No, obviously Kemp is not the offensive prowess of Bryce Harper. That being said.
Although I will say, Mike, it does make the whole Bryce Harper going to the Phillies and saying we should have signed Pete Alonso's offseason thing look a little more bold, doesn't it?
Why so?
Well, if you could have had Pete Alonso still in your lineup with Harper injured.
Oh, you're saying – no, I don't think he said we should have signed.
No,
he said he would have moved to the outfield had they brought in a player like Pete Alonso.
The report from Ken Rosenthal and Todd Zalecki said that Harper told the Phillies that he would move because a guy like Pete Alonso was still available at the time.
That's what I'm saying. He said he would move for a player like Alonso, not that he wanted them to go get Alonso.
But the point that Rosenthal reported was at the time when Harper said he went to the Phillies, Pete Alonso was available.
Yeah, but again, he was not telling them to go get him. He was basically saying, if you want to go get him, I would be willing to move back to the outfield.
All right, semantics. The point is that they could have got Pete Alonso this offseason, and he could be playing first base the whole year.
Now, Cole from LBI chimes in. He says, I don't think the Sixers had anything to do with the Phillies' pressure. 3 years since the World Series run, got eliminated around early each year since. The pressure would be here no matter what. I think you're right about that part of it, but I think the pressure started earlier. In other words, Cole, you're right. People would have picked up on the Phillies, and the pressure would have been there. But I don't know that it would have been from day one.
Right.
The Phillies got to spring training this year, pitchers and catchers, and it was like, we're on you. You know why? Because we have no other distraction over here.
Correct.
But if the Sixers were playing in the NBA Finals tonight, by the way, Game 3 tonight on 97.3 ESPN, the Phillies would not have the pressure. They would have the pressure as soon as the finals ended.
Right.
The same pressure would be there, but it wouldn't have been constant from day one to now. The Sixers, if they were in the playoffs making a little bit of a noise in the second round like normal and then bailing out, the Phillies would have at least got to hang out under the radar for about a month and a half maybe. I mean, if you make it to the NBA Finals, we're into June now. If the Sixers were still playing, Cole, you can't tell me you think people would have been paying attention to the Phillies night to night as closely if the Sixers were still playing. There's no way.
Because it's not just the pressure. The Phillies already know they have pressure. It's the idea that the attention, the eyeballs, the intense scrutiny, the media coverage, the fan vocalness, it's all of that comes with, when you're in a city that's got 4 teams, each team has an opportunity to take a little bit less attention from the other teams. But then when the Sixers and Flyers are both basically out of it before they ever had a chance to be in it, Phillies spring training to now becomes much more under the microscope.
No doubt. I think, Cole, you're off base on that one. I think if the Sixers are in the playoffs, now, I do agree that the pressure was there no matter what. It just wouldn't have started as early. Like, you would have just said, like,
that's the worst bunt of all time.
Earnshaw somewhere fuming. Johan Rojas bunt pop up to the first baseman. That's a bad job by him.
That's a horrible job.
Yeah, look at this. It's just a bad ball to bunt.
I wouldn't have even bunted on that ball. I wish I would have held it back.
Yeah, it's not a good pitch to bunt. I like the idea. You got a guy on first, nobody out, and you got your
See,
9-hole
that's
hitter
where you
up.
got to pull the bat back
Yeah,
and
that's
be like,
not a-
that's too high.
It's not a good pitch to bunt. All right, first out of the inning. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. It's a Stump the Sports Geek Wednesday. Now, I worked hard on these questions. Okay?
Okay.
We'll give you the category at 2:45 today. Will be when we reveal today's category. 4-1 Cubs, by the way, in the bottom of the fourth. A Schwarber homer for the Phils. Stump the Sports Geek Wednesday. You're playing for tickets to the Eagles Autism Foundation event on Friday. It's a $70 value ticket. You're going to get 4 tickets to the event. Just come out and see the Sports Bash Live, and we'll find out which Eagles players are going to be at this event. So listen for today's category, and Stump the Sports Bash will go off at 3:30 today. Our Unsportsmanlike Moment of the Day is a good one today. We'll have some fun with that. Football at 4. If you have questions for Jeff Mosher, 609-403-0973. Phillies questions and more. By the way, Trey Turner, a little oppo. Oh, he missed it. Oh, my Lord. He hit his glove, and then he ran into the fence.
I'll take it.
More Sports Bash coming up. All right, 227, a RBI by Alec Boehm. Makes it 6-1 Phillies, and followed by a strikeout from Nick Castellanos. Ends the inning. With Phil's up 6-1, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, set to join us, talk a little Phils and everything else happening out there. We've got NBA Finals tonight on 97.3 ESPN. Mike McGarry, it's a microcosm of things, right? Phillies get swept by a bad Pirates team. We go off and say how bad they are. It's obvious that they're bad. They need a lot of help. And now they're up 6-1 and have a chance to take 2 out of 3 against a team that's sitting in the second spot in the National League. And, talking about the beginning of today's show about these 10-game pockets that you play, and you try to make these generalizations based on the 10 games you just saw and thinking 10 games is a decent sample size. But when I heard Scott Fransky today say this is game 68 of the season and realizing you have almost 100 games left to go, you kind of realize how small a sample size 10 games is. So did we overreact to the 1-9 sample size?
I don't think so, Mike, because if you look at what is happening right now in the National League East, the Phillies trail the New York Mets by 5 games. So, and you don't want to let that division get away from you. I know what happened in 2007, but history says if you're 7-8 games behind or out of first place, when June ends or July 4th, you do not win that division. And if you do not win the division, you risk being in the wild card series and being in the wild card series on the road. So I don't think you're overreacting to anything at this point, because you're at a point in the season where the division might slip away from you. I think these next, 10 days from today through June, not this Sunday, but next Sunday when the Mets come to town for a 3-game series, I think that's a key part of the season, and it's going to determine whether the Phillies are going to be still shooting for the division title or shooting for a wild card berth. And there's a big difference between the two.
Mike, there's so much involved here. Stott goes from leadoff. They basically have ended that. They moved him to the 5-hole. Today he's hitting 7 here. When we take a look at some things going around, what are you thinking about Stott as we've played 68 games and his role maybe over the next, 100 games or so?
Yeah, to me, Mike, and I said this to somebody who was at the ballpark last night. Again, to me, I'm not going to overreact to a great performance today because, we were ready on Monday night to say, breath of fresh air, reprieve, Otto Kemp plays great story, Phillies back on track, and then they lose last night 8-4. Now they're winning today, which is great. But I'm going to withhold judgment on a lot of stuff until the end of that Mets series. Then I think you can sit back and take a look at personnel and where you are. To me, Bryson Stott is a guy, we've said it many times, to me he's the most disappointing player in the Phillies lineup. The fact that he was batting 5th last night, that he dropped from 1st to 5th was ridiculous. 7th, 8th, or 9th is more like it. And if he keeps hitting like this, I think you can make a case for what is he doing out there. Can he play second base on an everyday basis? I think he's got 3 hits this month. His numbers are anemic, but if you watch the games the way that I do, the way that you do, the way the listeners do, we see that he does not hit the ball hard at all. He makes no hard contacts whatsoever, and it is alarming how he has played now for all of last season and this season so far. And that's the thing, Mike. A lot of the faults that we're seeing, we saw last year. So it's not like a lot of this stuff is just bubbling up new, and it's like, oh, well, they'll come out of it. No, we've seen this team struggle the way they've struggled the past 10, 11 days with the problems of the past 10, 11 days. We saw this last year. That's why it's so concerning to me.
Yeah, let's go around a little bit because that's a great point you bring up about him. I want to get your thoughts on Boehm, which obviously just had an RBI. Boehm's an interesting guy because he is so important to this team. I don't love him in the spot in the order, but he's in an important spot in the order. Last 28 days, 317, 346 on base, 4 homers, 12 RBI. So obviously he's kind of turned his season around. But can a team with Alec Boehm hitting in the middle of their order, what is the ceiling for that team?
Yeah, interesting question, Mike. He's kind of a confounding player because 97 RBIs last year. He's probably been the team's hottest or one of the team's hottest hitters, the past couple of weeks. Yet he doesn't hit home runs, and he plays a corner infield position, a position where you usually see power from. So, can they win with him hitting in the middle of the order? Well, they've done it before, but yet that is one of the limitations, the fact that he does not hit home run. He looks like a guy who should hit 25 home runs. He is not that guy. He has not been that guy for the past couple of years, but he is a guy who can drive in runs. So you've got that kind of, that yin and yang there. So, yeah, I think you can win with Alec Bohm in the middle of your lineup, although he is going to drive you crazy sometimes with his inability to hit home runs.
Yeah, that's something I think goes back to they don't have that right-handed bat, and he's kind of cosplaying as that right-handed guy in the middle of the lineup right now. As we look around, we're looking at these 10 – go ahead.
Let me say one more thing about Bohm. Obviously, if he was batting sixth, you'd have a great lineup. The fact that he's got to hit second or third, I can see where it's an issue. I'd rather him hit sixth or even fifth and not be in that top of the order because of the lack of power. And I just think you see today what home runs mean. I think they had 26 hits in the first two games of the series, 23 singles. This team is built to hit doubles, triples, and home runs. When they do that, you get performances like today. When they hit singles, you get performances like last night.
Yeah, I agree. If Bohm's hitting 6-7, that's a much different situation. I as much as I like Bohm and what he adds offensively, not in the middle of the lineup. I don't like him. I do not profile him as a guy that should be hitting 3, 4, 5 on a team that is a playoff or a World Series contender. Obviously, they can be a playoff team with him hitting in the middle of the lineup. He's already done that. The other thing, Luzardo pitching today. I mean, part of the 10-game malaise that they went through, you had one horrific start from Wheeler, 2 horrific starts from Luzardo. You don't anticipate those being a big – and Abel did not pitch well last night either. So really 4 of those 10 games, you had starts from guys that you kind of depend on or think are better have horrific starts. How much did that also play into the decisions that we're making and how we're viewing this team?
Well, I mean, I think if you're going to, granted, you had really bad starts like you pointed out, but you also during this stretch have had really, really good starts from Christopher Sanchez and Ranger Suarez and games you did not win because you could not score. So it's easy to say, well, we just, we're 2-10 in our last 12 because Luzardo stunk and Wheeler threw in one of his rare bad starts. But the flip side is, well, we're 2-12 and we got great starts out of Ranger Suarez. We got a great start out of Christopher Sanchez. We got good starts out of Mick Abel, the first 2 games. You won the game against the Pirates. You didn't win the game against Toronto, and we didn't win those games. So that's kind of again, the yin and the yang of the thing. But I think what you're seeing here with the starting pitching, and amazing, Mike, how the season turns. All of a sudden, they don't have that starting pitching depth that we all anticipated them having. But the starting pitching, now it looks like Luzardo's back on track. You got Wheeler, you got Suarez, you got Sanchez. That starting pitching is so good, Mike, that it should keep you from stretches like this the rest of the season if you hit just a little bit better than they've hit for the past couple of games.
All right, mixing and matching the bullpen. First, it was Jose Ruiz. Now it's Carlos Hernandez. Michael Mercado got called up today. Mercado, obviously, I don't think could be a long-term answer here. But we're starting to see them kind of handpick guys in the bullpen and start to slowly make this thing over. Is that we just talked about the lineup and deficiencies, but overall, if they make the move, is the bullpen the move that they make?
Yeah, the bullpen has been, the bullpen should be, the guys in the bullpen should be thanking their lucky stars that the hitters have gone cold and Jesus Luzardo got bombed in 2 starts because it's kind of taken the focus off of them. But that bullpen is still a mess. You mentioned the move today. You mentioned the moves they made in the past couple of days. It seems to me like they're almost throwing spaghetti at the wall right now and seeing what sticks. I'm not so sure Taijuan Walker is going to be an answer in that bullpen. He comes in last night with the score 4-3. He gives up the home run to Ian Happ. After the game, He doesn't say that he's unhappy being in the bullpen, but his choice of words and how he spoke them, to me, says he's not thrilled with being in the bullpen. He says he's accepting the challenge of going from being a starter to the bullpen. He's not relishing the challenge. He's not excited by the challenge. He's accepting the challenge, and last night he didn't get the job done. So to me, and Strom has still struggled, and Jordan Romano, to me, is still iffy on that back end. To me, if this team wants to win a World Series, it is going to have to improve its bullpen with a dependable, quality veteran reliever or two, perhaps a guy who has even had some postseason experience. I think the bullpen is kind of the other areas have been so bad we haven't noticed the bullpen, right? But I still think that bullpen is a blinking red light for this team.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Obviously, bullpen problem. It's funny. The other day, now we flipped the calendar to June. You got about 10 days in June, so that first half of the season's over. We look at Dave Dombrowski's offseason acquisitions. Romano at the top of that list, along with Kepler, Luzardo, and Joe Ross. They were the four guys they brought in here. How would you kind of grade those four additions to this team and the impact that they've had?
Well, I'll give them right now. I'd give them a C plus. Right? I think you could move that to a B if Luzardo, as he has shown today, kind of regains his form from earlier in the season and has kind of put whatever plagued him the last two starts behind him. I think you can move him to a B, because if Luzardo pitches the way he pitched, in the beginning of the season, if we're going to do the old grade point average here, Luzardo's an A, right? And then you look at Romano, and I give him maybe a C at this point. He started off a D, but, he studied real hard. He worked hard, aced the pop quiz, and now he's up to a C, right? Kepler, I give maybe a D plus, but showing signs. Big double today, home run on Monday night. Maybe he can get his grades up and help the overall grade point average. And Joe Ross is kind of an incomplete, right? You know what? You're taking that class fail.
You and I are are about the same page there. I gave Ross an incomplete, a C minus to Romano. Luzardo's a tough one. I mean, his last two starts, but his first, 7, 8, really, really good. Yeah, we're about in the same boat there, which means they have not gotten enough impact from the four pieces that they brought in here.
Yeah, I think to me the biggest disappointment has been, Romano has been a disappointment. I thought he would pitch better, and I think Kepler has been a disappointment. I thought he would be a more consistent offensive performer, especially against right-handed pitching. Now, again, the home run last night, the double today in the first inning, maybe he's showing signs of getting out of that. So we'll see. But there's no doubt that of those four inquisitions, I think it's fair to say that three of them are disappointments at this point. But there's a ways to go.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, PressOfAC.com. Of course, the Phillies and the Cubbies, they're finishing up this game up at Citizens Bank Park. 6-1 Phillies trying to take this series. If they win today, there will be 2 out of 3 against the Cubs. And, of course, they got the Mets. Oh, that's next weekend. They play the Mets next weekend. Right. That one's going to be kind of interesting. In early season, the Mets could possibly start to pull away next weekend. If you take a look at that 3-game set, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that's going to be next weekend. But this weekend, Phil's will be back in action. Rough schedule coming up. They got Toronto here coming up this weekend. They got the 4 against Miami, then New York, Houston. So they got a rough little go until the All-Star break. San Diego in there. They got 6 against San Diego, 3 against San Francisco. So we'll keep our eyes, of course, on all of that. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. Thank you, pal.
All right, we'll see you down the road, Michael. Thank you.
All right, there's Mike. And, of course, he'll be back on Friday. We'll get you ready for that weekend series with Toronto here on the Sports Bash. I'm Mike Gill. Coming up, we have plenty more to go, including in 1 hour from now, it's our UnSportsmanLike Moment of the Day. Take a listen for that, and we'll have Stump the Sports Geek coming up. But when we come back, today's Stump the Sports Geek category will be revealed, and what you're playing for today. We'll have all the details on that next. Plus, we'll update you on the Phils. We got a Jeff Mosher Mailbag Wednesday on Eagles OTAs. If you have a mailbag question for Moshe, 609-403-0973 for today's Football at 4. That's still to come. More Sports Bash coming up. All right, coming up today at 3:30, it is the Stump the Sports Geek this week. Are you ready for today's category?
I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
Okay.
I know you worked very hard on this.
I did.
You were pounding the keyboard. You were doing the research. You were double checking like Santa Claus the list.
I try to make the questions some hard, some mediocre, some easy, so that the people listening don't have an idea of what to guess. If I make them all easy, they get, So here you go. Stump the Sports Geek, 3:30 today. The category is NBA Finals.
Shocker.
Right? Game 3 tonight.
Okay.
It's not Sixers NBA Finals.
So it's just general NBA Finals.
General NBA Finals.
So
all
this could
these
be
questions.
Anything.
All these questions have to do with the NBA Finals.
It's a long history of that NBA Finals.
It is. So it is general knowledge NBA Finals questions.
So, this could be a question at any time from 1958 to 2018.
I will say this, just to give the people, now, here's what you need to do. Text in 609-403-0973 with your name, where you're from, how many questions about the NBA Finals do you think Josh will get right today for Stump the Sports Geek? You're playing for Maurice Pierce Eagles Autism Foundation tickets. These passes include access to Pig Dog Beach Bar, Maurice Pierce Amusement Rides, and Raging Waters Park this Friday during the Sports Bash. The event starts at 11. It goes all day long. The wristbands are all day long, and you must pick them up at the station tomorrow. All right? You get a 4-pack of wristbands. This is for the Eagles Autism Foundation event, which you'll get a chance to meet some Eagles players. There'll be some bartending, running some of the games. The cheerleaders will be there. This is a huge Eagles event, and you are getting free passes for this event.
This is probably the best prize we've ever given away with Stump the Sports Geek.
You think so? More than
so.
Luke Bryant? More
Yes.
than Creed?
Yes.
Wow. No, it is a pretty cool thing. So stop out, see the Sports Bash. We'll be at Pig Dog Broadcasting. The Eagles players will be bartending, running the games up at Maurice Pierce. Swoop will be there. The cheerleaders will be there. It's a family event. Eagles Autism Foundation. These are $70 tickets. You're getting them free if you play Stump the Sports Geek. So all you need to do, the category is NBA Finals. Now, I will give some people a little insight on the NBA Finals questions. You mentioned about going all the way back. The questions are generally somewhat current.
Okay, so it's not 60, 70 years ago.
Yeah, I'm not asking you questions about the 72 finals.
Okay, so you're keeping it within what most people would call the modern television era of the NBA Finals.
For the most part, yes.
Gotcha.
So there's the topic.
So
today's category
no
is
Willis Reed questions, no Rick Barry questions.
We'll see. The topic today is NBA Finals. 609-403-0973. Text your name, where you're from, and how many questions on the NBA Finals you think Josh will get right. The person who guesses correctly and was the first text message, you will win the 4-pack of tickets. If no one gets the number correct, the person who is closest without going over will be the winner. And if nobody gets it by going over, the person who gets it going over will be the closest going over, that person. So basically there's what are the tiebreakers? There's a 3-tier tiebreaker here. Person who gets it right on the nose, fastest text. So if you guess 6 and he gets 6, the first person who texts in with their name, where they're from, and the number 6. That's how it will work, okay? If he gets 6 and nobody guesses 6, and you guess 5, the first person who texted in 5, they will win. And if he guesses 6 and nobody guesses 6 or 5, but somebody guesses 7, and 7 is the closest, that person will be our winner, okay? Got it?
Got it.
Fair enough? Once again, Stump the Sports Geek at 3:30 today. Maurice Pierce hosting an event benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. You'll get passes, 4 passes that include access to Pig Dog Beach Bar, Maurice Pier amusement rides, and Raging Waters, all for Friday. The event wristbands are required to get into the beach bar, the party, the Eagles Autism event. These are $70 a piece value. You are getting 4. Tickets are at the station for pickup tomorrow. Josh will contact you and give you all the information on the times and all that stuff. You got it? That's how it works. 3:30 today on the Sports Bash for today's Stump the Sports Geek. NBA Finals. How confident are you on the NBA Finals?
I would say I'm probably confident enough that I feel like I'll get a good number.
Okay. You heard that, people. Got a lot of people guessing right now.
I see a ton of
These
guesses
are
coming.
really good prize.
This is I told you, it's the best prize we ever get away with this thing.
It's a happy hour Friday.
It's gonna be a
Live,
great happy hour.
Pig
Friday.
Dog, on location.
Frankly, I'm jealous I'm not going to be there. I'm going to be back here in the studio.
Yeah,
you
Nick will
guys
be
are going to
there.
have the greatest day of your life.
You think? Let me see. I know Pig Dogs said it on their social media when they found out which players were going to be there that they would announce on their Instagram. Let's see if they've no update yet. I'll try to keep checking out throughout the show, and if there's an update on which players. But I think it's multiple players because yesterday Kyle Morey was on with us from Maurice Piers and said they're going to be bartending, running some of the games.
Right.
So it is going to be.
And I can say from past Eagles Autism Foundation events down here in South Jersey, especially at Maurice Pier, they typically have the players rotating spots. So it's usually about 3 or 4 players typically.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. When we come back, the athletic poll. Find out next. All right, 3 o'clock, Sports Bash, 6-1 Phils, top 7. We'll keep you up to date on that. Big game today from Schwarber hit a home run. Bohm had a couple of ribbies, and the Phils 6 on the board. Big game today, though, from Luzardo. Good to see him bounce back. He is really the guy that kind of calmed you down today because he had an outstanding outing. How many strikeouts for Luzardo? 10?
10.
I'll take a 10 strikeout day from Luzardo. Take that. Hey, don't forget Phillies baseball on 97.3 ESPN next Saturday and Sunday, June 21st and June 22nd. You can listen to the Phillies and the Mets right here on 97.3 ESPN. Stump the Sports Geek coming up in 29 minutes. You have a chance to win some great tickets. Text your name, where you're from, and how many questions you think Josh will get right about the NBA Finals to 609-403-0973. Today's category is NBA Finals. 10 questions that have to do with the NBA Finals.
Before we get to that, though, Mike, one of my favorite parts of having a subscription to The Athletic is these anonymous player polls. And I love to get your reactions to these because I got the pretty good sense from all my years working with you that you will not agree with some of these player answers. So I'm going to present with you the question asked to the players, and I'm going to see how closely or not closely your answers line up with the players.
Okay. Before we get to that, has anybody out there, including yourself, seen the video of the zebra running away in Tennessee and then them catching him and putting him in like the harness on the helicopter?
Yes.
And the zebra is just like hanging from the helicopter, flying through the air.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Like, where did they have that harness? Just wait. Like, did the guy say like, "Hey, you know that zebra harness I have? Can you go grab that for me?" Like, where is that? Where is that? Like,
well, do you know the genesis of why the zebra had to be caught?
well, apparently it was somebody's pet and it got
Correct.
free.
Yeah. So in Tennessee, it is legal to have zebras as pets.
So here's the question. I have a lot of questions on this, and I do want to get to your poll, but
Do you have zebra questions or horse harness questions?
both. Who has the harness sitting around? Like, hey, you know that harness that we need to attach to the helicopter to get a running away zebra? Can you go grab that for me? That would be one.
I would assume that would be animal control
2,
or the local zoo.
does the person whose zebra it was get a bill for the use of the helicopter? Like you say, hey, we caught your zebra. Here you go. And here's your bill.
Insurance might cover it. I wonder if there's insurance on the
You think
zebra.
that's covered in insurance? The pet zebra got free?
Maybe. Those insurance policies are pretty long, man.
Wow. I mean, how can you imagine? Your zebra runs away. It is caught and put in a harness.
And then you file a claim with the insurance.
The picture of the zebra flying through the air in the harness.
Yeah.
First off, that zebra has to be like tripping. Dude, the zebra is flying.
Literally.
He's in the air. Like,
And not like a couple feet off the ground. Like way in the air.
yeah, like way in the air. Like hanging from the helicopter. The helicopter has the zebra dangling from it. I can't imagine a zebra is like, hey, can I go flying? Like,
No.
that thing has to be scared bleepless.
Yep.
I would be. I don't like heights at all.
And now you're in a harness.
He's in the, well, and it looks so like melancholy. Just like, dee, like hanging from the, if you haven't seen the video,
The video's wild.
just type in zebra Tennessee, and the zebra's just running down the street in Tennessee.
Yep.
And somehow
Full trot.
yeah,
go.
it looks like he's running the Preakness.
Yeah.
And down the stretch comes zebra. And then they put him in the
That's
harness.
what you need. You need Larry Colmus to call the video.
Absolutely. Somebody needs to pair up Larry Colmus
With the video.
with the video of the zebra. Larry Colmus, by the way, much better than the guy on Fox this week for the Belmont.
I don't even know who the guy was on Fox, but I didn't like him.
Yeah, it was not nearly the same. Yeah, the zebra. All right. Let's hear the poll.
Can we ask the baseball players about the zebra? No. So here are the questions for Mike Gill. Mike, as I said it before, I'm going to give you the questions that were asked the players.
So I'm the anonymous player.
Well, I just want to see if you match up with over 100 anonymous baseball players.
Mm-hmm.
Question number 1. Which player not named Shohei Ohtani do you like most to watch play?
I mean, this answer would be Trout years ago, but is that still the answer? Which player not named Ohtani do you most like to watch play? Is that the question?
Yes. Because the idea is Ohtani is the most popular player.
I know. I get the reason why they said named Aaron Judge.
Aaron Judge is not even the top 4 on this list.
Well, are you going to give me the answer?
The number 1 most popular, according to 135 players surveyed, is Bobby Witt Jr.
Oh, man. I would never have guessed that. I mean, he's a very entertaining guy to watch. But
Number 2 is Ronald Acuna.
You know, he did cross my mind, but the fact that he'd been hurt.
Number 3 is Ellie De La Cruz.
Okay.
Number 4 is Mookie Betts.
Interesting.
And then number 5 is Aaron Judge.
All right.
For those who are wondering, Bryce Harper got 2 votes instead of Paul Skeens.
Yeah, I feel like the Harper, Trout, like those guys are kind of past their fun. They're not as cool as they used to be.
Yeah, Trout got 4 votes.
Well, Trout's been hurt so much. You know, we were talking about this the other day, and we're at the point if the Angels actually did call you and said, "Hey, do you want Mike Trout?" I think the Phillies would say no. Like, seriously, I think the Phillies would just be like, "We can't take that contract on. The injury history is way too much. We're past the point where that trade now makes sense."
One of the players about why they picked Bobby Witt Jr., they said, when the anonymous player said, trying to find the one quote. Oh, here it is. It says, he's a really great at just every tool you can think of. He's a good guy. He's fun to watch. He doesn't have crazy size like Judge, but he's pretty regular to look at and say, wow, that guy's got unbelievable talent.
I can't argue with this one. I mean, he is fun. I mean, there's a lot of guys I could have picked. He probably wouldn't have been one of the 5 in my head, but I have no problem with that answer.
All right, question number 2. If you are a pitcher, Mike Gill, it's Game 7 of the World Series.
I'm the pitcher.
Which hitter would you least want to pitch to in Game 7 of the World Series?
No, is Ohtani not allowed to be answered here?
He is allowed to be answered, but he was not the number 1 pick.
So then is Judge the number 1 answer here?
Judge is number 3.
Who would be number 1 if you had Game 7 and didn't want to pitch to one guy, and it's not Judge and it's not Ohtani? Jeez. How about? Man, I can't even come up with another good. I mean, is it Bobby Witt again?
He made this list, but he was not number 1. The number 1 answer for almost 60% of the players is Juan Soto.
Oh, wow. That kind of blows me away. Okay.
Number 2 on the list was Ohtani. Number 3 was Judge. Number 4 was Yordan Alvarez.
Would not have made my list.
Number 5 was Freddie Freeman, who is tied with Mookie Betts, Jose Ramirez, and Bobby Witt Jr.
Okay. I'm a little surprised by that answer. I mean, not like blown away surprised, but a little surprised. He's not having a great year either, so that's another reason why.
The quote here is, his ability to have plate discipline, no whiff and power is really, really difficult to face. There aren't many guys who have the power like he does, but not whiff as often as other guys do. He hits mistakes. He doesn't chase. It's ridiculous.
All right. Good one.
Now, we're going to flip it over. Mike, you are a hitter. What pitcher would you least want to face in Game 7 of the World Series?
A lot of options here. I got to imagine Scooble is at the top of that list. Now, this is a tough one because I don't know if they ask left-handed hitters or right-handed hitters. So if you're a left-handed hitter, you probably said Scooble. If you are a right-handed hitter, you might have a different answer.
I will say, just for the sake of the measurement here, the top 6 answers 3 are left and 3 are right.
I would say like Skeens would probably be in there. Scooble would probably be in there. Garrett Crochet would probably be in there. Zach Wheeler probably in there. Maybe. I mean, those guys right now would be the top of my list. Garrett Crochet, Scooble, Wheeler, Skeens, Yamamoto, maybe.
So Crochet did not get a single vote.
Jeez.
Scooble is number 2.
Okay.
Number 1 is Chris Sale.
Wow, really? That's a little surprising. I know he won the Cy Young Award last year. He's not having a great year this year. I mean, he's been pretty good. You know, this is where Sale got off to a slow start, so his numbers overall aren't great, but he's been really good since. I mean, he had like 4 or 5 kind of rough starts at the beginning of the year, but he has kind of become Chris Sale again.
Chris Sale is number 1. Scooble is number 2. Zach Wheeler is number 3.
That's interesting. Wheeler being number 3. Good for him.
Number 4, Aroldis Chapman.
Wow. Should the Phillies go out and trade for him? That will be the next question, right?
Number 5 is Johan Duran.
Huh.
And number 6 is Paul Skeens.
Okay.
The players said, quote, he was untouchable last year. When you win all 3 categories of the Triple Crown, it's hard to name anyone else, and I don't even care how poorly he started the year, said one player.
There you go.
On Wheeler,
Basically sounds like what I said. Don't
they
care how he's slow, because he got off to a slow start.
Yeah.
By the way, Johan Duran, who most people probably have no idea, he pitched for the Twins.
Yeah.
He is a right-handed pitcher. I don't think anybody would have guessed him, though, in terms of the right-handers, because you got Skeens, you got Wheeler.
By the way, the quote from one of the players on
He's
Zach,
a closer, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they said pitcher. They didn't say starter.
Right, no.
Yeah. But Wheeler, I thought the quote was interesting because one of the players said about Wheeler, quote, he's a really smart pitcher who keeps getting better as he ages, and he has multiple ways to get you out. He is scary, unquote.
Gotcha.
Now, the next set of questions, we go from players, Mike, to player questions about organizations. From The Athletic, again, there were over 100 players surveyed for these questions. The first question about an organization. Which manager, aside from your own, would you most like to play for?
Which manager, aside from your own, would you most like to play for?
So players were asked to not name their own manager.
I got that much. I'm just making sure. All right, Bohm, by the way, just hit a homer.
Bohm or homer?
Make it 7-1. So Bohm with a big day today.
Good for him.
Yeah, I like Bohm. He's a nice guy. Seems like a good dude, right?
Listen, if Bohm hits up, that could really help you with Harper out.
Which manager outside of your own? Maybe Counsell. He'd be on that list. Dave Roberts. Alex Cora.
So Counsell is 4th. Dave Roberts is 6th. Alex Cora is 7th.
Okay. Francona.
Terry Francona is number 2.
Okay. You know, I heard a stat today about Francona. We talk about the batting lineups and this, that, and the other thing. The Reds have used 65 different lineups this year.
Insane.
65. I got a guy texting in. He's complaining that the Phillies moved to 5 for a day.
You ain't Terry Francona.
He batted there a day. I mean, come on, jeez. I wouldn't have hit him at 5. I don't like it, but, I mean, seriously. Your options were Stott, Kepler, or Marsh.
Yeah. Play roulette.
Yeah. They pulled him out of a hat. I mean, if you can't figure that out, come on. By the way, they're all left-handed. So what did you want them to do? You want to pick Kepler 5th? They did that today. And by the way, it worked out. They scored a bunch of runs today.
They did. Maybe they'll keep him.
Kevin Cash, is he on the list?
Kevin Cash got 3 votes. He is not near the top of this list.
I don't know. Bochy?
Bochy is number 1.
Oh, there you go.
Bruce Bochy got almost 40% of the votes. Terry Francona was number 2. Stephen Voigt was number 3. Craig Counsell 4. Brian Snedeker is 5. Dave Roberts 6. The aforementioned Alex Cora is 7. Alex Cora is tied with Carlos Mendoza. Rob Thompson got 0 votes.
No topper.
No topper. By the way, about Bruce Bochy, they say, I like his old school style. You can't deny all the championships.
Old school style. See, that says something there. That kind of tells you that the players don't like the fact that these managers don't have the same say that maybe a Bochy has.
By the way, about Francona, they said, Tito commands a room almost like a friend. He's still an authoritarian figure. He's a legend. But I would also say he's like a young grandpa.
Okay. Francona.
Now, you have the same question, but which manager, aside from your own, would you not want to play for?
Snedeker.
Snedeker did not make this list.
Okay. How about who I would not want to play for? Snedeker would be somebody, he just looks like he's miserable all the time, but he seems like a decent enough guy.
I will let you know, 3 of the names who got voted on no longer have jobs in Major League Baseball.
Bud Black would be in that list. How about Derek Shelton?
Derek Shelton is on the list. Bud Black is tied for the top with Ali Marmol.
Marmol from the Cardinals was going to be my next guest that I was going to throw out there. He's number 1?
Black and Marmol tied for 1.
Okay.
They get the same number of votes. Behind them is Mike Schultz and Ron Washington, followed by everybody's favorite Gabe Kapler.
Kapler's not even employed. He's catching strays.
Yeah. So here's what they...
Jeez, he really made a bad impact on people to be voted on in a thing that he's not even managing anymore.
About Bud Black, here's the quote that I love. I showed this to Alex earlier today. This one had him laughing. Quote, Bud Black just doesn't stop talking when he's in the dugout. And as a player, it gets kind of annoying. Plus, I don't want to be pitching in Colorado. Honestly, whoever was the Rockies manager, I would be inclined to say, but Black is the worst, unquote.
Jeez. 7-33, by the way, he got fired.
About Marmol, quote, I don't really know many managers. I'm thinking of somebody in our division, so I can say anyone, right? Who's the Cardinals guy? Yeah, just put him down.
That's a very interesting point there. The guy just literally came out and said, I don't even know very many managers. That shows you how little the manager does. That I don't even know who some of these guys are. Isn't that a pretty big indictment of, I don't even know who the managers are?
He literally says, quote, who is the Cardinals guy? Yeah, put him down. I don't
we don't
like
know
him.
who said this.
No, we don't.
Just an anonymous player.
Just an anonymous NL Central player.
Oh, I was going to say, it would be interesting to know if they know he's in the division. So you're telling me the guy in the division doesn't even know the manager of the division rival.
Right. But he just doesn't like him.
Jeez. That's like akin to the football coach when he just gives out numbers. Right. Yeah, you got to watch out for 72 over there. You don't know a name? No, he's just 72.
Just 72.
Yeah. All right, a couple more.
Which organization has the best reputation?
Best reputation just in general?
Yeah, like who has a good reputation?
How about who has a good reputation? I would say Cardinals.
The Cardinals are not in the top 5. In fact, the Cardinals got fewer votes than the Phillies for this.
Really? All right. San Francisco?
Phillies got the same number of votes as the Giants, and the Phillies are not in the top 5.
All right.
It's the Dodgers.
I was going to guess the Dodgers, but then I kind of was like, maybe people think they're too analytical.
Dodgers are the runaway.
Well, they do. They spend money, so I guess people like that. But I just thought, I was wondering if the analytical part of it would make people kind of say, I wouldn't want to be there because of all the analytics.
The Dodgers got 40 more votes than number 2, the Yankees.
I guess, like in hindsight, like if you're okay with that, then they win. They spend money.
Braves and Cubs are tied for 3rd, followed by the Guardians and Mets, who are tied for 5th, followed by the Red Sox, the Rangers, the Astros, and then the Phillies and Giants are tied. By the way, the Phillies got 0 negative votes for them. Only positive.
Yeah.
Now, same question for the negative, Mike.
Negative.
Who does everybody hate?
White Sox, Marlins,
White Sox are number 2. Marlins number 4.
Orioles.
Orioles actually had no positive or negative votes.
A's.
A's are the number 1 worst organization according to the players.
That one was easy.
By the way, 3rd is the Rockies, 4th is the Marlins, and 5th are the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Yeah, your basic. You can easily pick out those ones. They were easier to. I had a whole lineup of those ready to go. Yeah, next time you do this, please don't do it on your phone. Can you fire another one at me here? Let's go. While we're young.
Oh. Potential rule changes. I'll give you that one real quick here. They make you change tabs every time for each subject on the app here. What is one change you would like to make to improve baseball on or off the field?
I know, man. I would have to say this is interesting. The ball strike thing, I would think, would be the answer. But then they're saying that they're not going to implement it next year because they got too much negative feedback from the players.
That's your go?
Yeah.
That was not.
I got to do so that was a report that the players gave too much negative feedback, so they're not going to use it next year.
So that was not one of the top 3 votes for this. The number 1 was the players say they want to play less games that have more days off.
Less days, more days off. Good luck with that. That's not happening.
Number 2, there were a bunch of players who said they want to get back to old school baseball. They do not want to be penalized for trying to do things like pitch inside, competitive advantage. They want the shift to come back. They want more hitter-friendly ballparks.
They want the shift to come back.
Yes.
Jeez. Didn't see that one coming.
Number 3, players said, be more like the NBA. Let's get more marketing for us players. Nobody knows who we are. Let's do what the NBA did for years. Market the players. Stop focusing on the teams.
Interesting. I mean, they tried. Yeah, I would be on board with that. I don't know that it's going to be interesting because who knows where the Sunday Night Baseball thing's going to go. It's about the only national game that you really get. I mean, you get some Fox games here or there, but, Sunday Night Baseball where it's the only exclusive one game in the window. The Fox games of the week, there's other games going on at the same time.
By the way, there are a few players who suggested they should play banana ball for the All-Star game.
That would be a good idea, actually. You know what? That idea is really good. Well, they didn't tell you.
No, but the one player said, quote, the All-Star game is boring. Let's play banana ball.
That, to me, is the best idea I've heard. Right there. The banana ball All-Star game. You could even play against the banana ball team.
They didn't say that, but they did say that they would like to play banana ball because he thinks the fans would actually be more interested.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. That's a great idea.
And finally, what is the biggest misconception that people have about ball players that you're tired of hearing about?
What's the biggest misconception that people hear about ball players?
People say about ball players that they're tired of hearing about.
I have no guess on that.
They said, people act like we just show up at the ballpark to play baseball. He says, we spend all day preparing. We're watching film. We're taking batting practice. We're here at noon for a 7 o'clock game. We're not just showing up at 6.
I don't know that people think that, though.
Multiple players said that people act like that they don't actually come to work.
That one's, I don't think people really think they just show up at 6 o'clock and then go play. Maybe it's been a little bit,
Maybe a little bit exaggeration.
Yeah.
But those are the questions asked to the players for the anonymous poll.
All right, there you go.
So you like that banana ball I suggested.
I like that idea a lot. I think that would be fun. Banana. And I would even say, like, just an all-star team, American and national. They probably crushed the banana ball team. But you don't know. You're playing their style of ball.
You are playing their rules.
Yeah. So that would be fun, though. Like, have a an exhibition All-Star game between the Major League All-Stars against the Banana Ball, because the Banana Ball team loses to the Party Animals.
Party Animals.
They don't win that game all the time.
The Party Animals actually are almost close to having a winning record against.
So
the
what you
Banana
do is
Ball
maybe
team.
take the Banana team and the Party Animals team and
Put
play
them
them again. Yeah. All right, 7-2 Phils. When we come back, Stump the Sports Geek. This week's category is NBA Finals. How many questions do you think Josh will get right out of 10? 609-403-0973. Include your name, where you're from, and how many questions you think Josh will get right. This week you are playing for passes to the Eagles Autism Foundation event at Pig Dog Beach Bar. It's 4 tickets, $70 a piece, I should say, for the tickets. They include passes to Pig Dog Beach Bar for the Eagles Autism event, Maury's Pier amusement rides, and Raging Waters Water Park for this Friday. You must be able to get the passes tomorrow here at the station. The event wristbands are required to enter for the event. When we come back, it's this week's edition of Stump the Sports Geek on the Sports Bash. All right, 3:32. It's time for a Wednesday edition of Stump the Sports Geek. Josh Henning, our resident sports geek. We will ask him 10 questions. Today's category is the NBA Finals. People have been texting in how many they think Josh will get right. You're playing for tickets to the Eagles Autism event down at Pig Dog on Friday in Wildwood at Maurice Pierce. Eagles players will be in attendance along with Swoop and cheerleaders, and the Sports Bash will be live, so stop out. But today's winner will get 4 passes to the event. Today's category is NBA Finals. Tonight, the NBA Finals Game 3 is on 97.3 ESPN. Josh, are you ready for today's edition of Stump the Sports Geek?
Let's do this. I'm ready. I'm here. Phillies are winning. It's a good day.
Yeah, 9th inning. Phils are up. Bohm with a homer, by the way. A Bohmer homer.
Two good days from Bohm this week.
Bohm's had a good month. I mean, he's hitting like 340 in the month of, in June he's hitting over 340. In April, he did not do very well. May, he did pretty well.
By the way, Michael Mercado got called up today. He's in the game.
Yeah, this is the kind of game you bring him in. You're up 7-2.
I forgot how skinny he is.
All right, here we go. Stump the Sports Geek today is brought to you by Maurice Pierre, Eagles Autism Foundation. You'll get 4 passes to Pig Dog Beach Bar, Maurice Pierre Amusement Rides, and Raging Waters Water Park. The event wristbands are required to enter the party, which is on Friday. The Sports Bash will be live in attendance. Here we go. All 10 questions today have to do with the NBA Finals. Question 1. Who is the all-time leading scorer in the NBA Finals?
Oh, jeez. See, I have 2 guesses in mind because one is based on the player's success and the other one is based on number of times in the finals. So I'm kind of conflicted on this one. But I'm going to guess there is one player who's starting to accumulate records just because he's playing for so long. So I am going to guess, is it LeBron James?
That is incorrect.
My other guess was Michael Jordan.
Incorrect.
All right.
Jerry West.
Oh, yeah, it's Jerry West with like 8 or 9 of them.
Question 2. Outside of LeBron James and Stephen Curry, which active player has the most NBA Finals points?
Active player. It's very specific.
Outside of LeBron and Curry, which active player has the most NBA Finals points?
I'm going to guess Kevin Durant.
That is incorrect. Klay Thompson is the answer.
I was thinking Klay. I just wasn't sure if he scored enough points.
0 for 2.
All right, 0 for 2.
Question 3. Who is the last player in the NBA to win NBA MVP and the Finals MVP, in the same season?
So they won the league MVP and the finals.
Correct.
So they won the championship and MVP in the same year. Let me think here. See, I don't think he did it in the same year. That's the only problem. I'm thinking of a lot of guys right now, but they're not all the same year that they won the finals. I'm going to guess Shaquille O'Neal.
Shaquille O'Neal is incorrect. Stephen Curry is the answer.
Oh, wow. Okay. That was not one of the names on I was thinking of at all.
Okay. Question 4. You're 0 for 3.
I am.
What is the name of the NBA Finals MVP award? Ooh, I thought this was the gimme of the group.
Oh my gosh. Like I know the All-Star Game MVP award is the Kobe Bryant award. Is this Bill Russell?
That is correct. I gave you that one before you were able to talk yourself out of it, by the way. You sounded like Bill Russell Trophy is the name of the award.
He used to award the trophy every year, too.
He did. Question 5. Question 5 is, who is the only player on the current Oklahoma City Thunder team to have played in the NBA Finals before?
Alex Caruso.
That is correct.
I had that one. I knew I had that one.
Yeah, you were confident there. Okay. Question 6 is, how many finals appearances has Indiana Pacers head coach Rick Carlisle made, including this year's?
Well, you got this year, the Mavs. He wasn't coaching the Mavs when they lost to the Heat. As a coach only?
Yep.
As a head coach?
Yes.
I'm going to guess 2.
That is correct. 2. The 2 teams you listed are the 2 teams. Dallas.
Because when he coached the Pistons, they never made the NBA Finals. That was Larry Brown.
That's correct. All right, question 7. Question 7. How many different franchises have won the NBA Finals in the 21st century?
In the 21st century?
Yes.
Oh, boy. I'm at 6. I know it's 7, 8, 9. I'm trying to count
This
here.
text says, you guys should post the video of Josh running, throwing, and swinging a bat. Then we can understand how big of a sports geek he is. I don't know that you want to see any of those visuals.
I think the only one I could do competently at this point is run. That might be the only thing. Now you took me off of my counter in my head. Dagnabbit. Can I just name the teams as I count?
Sure. I mean, that would be much better than you talking to the air and having dead air.
Well, you got the Lakers in their 3-peat. You have the Celtics winning 2. You have the Warriors. You have the Nuggets. You have the Bucks. You have the Pistons. You have the Raptors. You have the Spurs. You have the Cavs. You have the Miami Heat. You have the Dallas Mavericks. And I'm trying to think after that if I'm missing anyone. Cavs, Warriors, Raptors, Bucks, Nuggets, Heat, Celtics, Pistons, Spurs. I'm going to go with 11.
The answer is 10.
I just counted 11. So either I miscounted or I didn't understand the question properly. Because you have the Lakers. You have the Celtics.
Mm-hmm.
You have the Nuggets, the Bucks, the Raptors, the Warriors, the Cavs, the Mavs. Did I mention the Heat? The Pistons, and the Nuggets.
I got 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You gave me 10. And the answer is 10.
So I miscounted my own. Yeah.
It sounds like it. I will give you the Lakers won at the start of the 21st century. The Lakers won 2. The 2001 is in the previous century.
Right. Then you have the Spurs.
Then you have the Spurs. Then you have the Pistons.
Right.
Then you have the Spurs, Heat, Spurs, Celtics, Lakers, Mavericks, Heat, Spurs, Warriors, Cavs, Warriors, Raptors, Lakers, Bucks, Warriors, Nuggets, Celtics.
So I named all of them. I just miscounted.
Sounds like it.
Okay. Good job, Josh.
Yeah. You said 11. The answer's 10.
Yeah. But I named 10, and I said 11 because that's such a move by me.
All right. Where are we at here? That was question 7. Question 8. Stump the Sports Geek. Question 8, by the way, looks like the Phils have
Officially won 7-2.
finished that off. That is a final 7-2 for the Phillies. They take 2 out of 3, by the way, against the Cubs. So it seems like everything's better again, right?
All's right in the world. Phillies can beat the Cubs, but they can't beat the Pirates.
Nope. Which franchise has the most NBA Finals appearances without winning a title?
Without winning, wow.
Alec Boehm's going to look back at himself in this video and say, man, do I look like an idiot.
With the sunglasses.
Those glasses are terrible.
Most appearances without winning. Man, I'm trying to think of who could have been the. Is this the Phoenix Suns?
That is correct. Phoenix Suns is correct.
How many is it actually?
That I don't know.
Okay, I was curious about
Didn't do that type of research for you.
That's fine.
All right. Question 9. Who is the youngest NBA head coach to win a championship?
Would that be Joe Mazzulla?
Joe Mazzulla is correct. That was a tough one.
I mean, when you think about it, most of the coaches in NBA history have been in their mid to late 40s, 50s, or early 60s. And Mazzulla was the only guy I think it was young.
So you got 5 right. You are playing for the people who answered 6. And here is your question. Who holds the record for most points in an NBA Finals game with 61?
All right, so someone has 61 in an NBA Finals game. Who would that have been? See, my gut instinct is one name, but there's a part of me that's telling me that might not be right. But I'm going to go with it anyway because, I'd rather go with my first instinct and waste the audience's time and try to think of about 5 other names. So I'm going to say Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan is incorrect. The correct answer is Elgin Baylor.
Did he really?
Scored 61
That's
in an NBA
wild.
Finals game.
They didn't have three-pointers back then.
That is today's. Well, Wilt didn't shoot any threes either, and he once scored 100, allegedly.
Yeah, but the difference is that Wilt was just a force of nature.
So, Mazzulla was correct. Suns were correct. 2 was correct. Caruso was correct. Bill Russell was correct for a total of 5 this week. If you answered 5, and I do see people did answer 5, if you answered 5 the quickest, you are this week's winner of Stump the Sports Geek. We will notify you momentarily. Congratulations to everybody who played, or thanks to everyone who played, and congratulations to the person who answered the quickest. That was this week's edition of Stump the Sports Geek. And don't forget, Friday, we will be live at Pig Dog at Maurice Pier for the Eagles Autism Foundation, and we will see our winner down there. Make sure you stop by and say hello. All right, 3:45 Sports Bash. When we come back, it's the Unsportsmanlike Moment of the Day. Do not want to miss this debate. This one's a good one. That's next.
I didn't watch Sopranos.
Honestly, such a hole in your game. This is the TV show. It's not just a TV show. It's arguably the greatest television show ever created.
That's debatable.
This is Jordan, and it's not even close.
Wow.
The Sopranos is Michael Jordan, and it's not even close.
All right, that was our unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Michelle Smallman bringing the heat. She said The Sopranos is the Michael Jordan of television shows.
I aggressively disagree with her.
Wow, aggressively disagree.
Yes. So, for two reasons. One, it has one of the most controversial endings of all time. There's a lot of people who did not like the ending of that show. And there's a lot of people who feel like that the ending, the way the show ended, not just the final episode, but the final season, diminished the show. Number two, I have a list from IMDb. The most total minutes and hours watched shows of all time. The Sopranos is 27th on that list.
It's a tough one to go by, though, because maybe a season had more episodes, more year, you know what I'm saying, more seasons.
Well, like, for example, your favorite show, Seinfeld, is 4th all time.
9 seasons, I believe, Seinfeld had, and it was only 30 minutes compared to our
4th most watched show of all time.
How many seasons for The Sopranos? Was it 8?
I thought there was 8. Let me check.
Now, I'm not going to go out and say that The Sopranos to me is Jordan. It was not my number one show.
6 seasons.
6 seasons. Okay, so you had 9 seasons from Seinfeld, 6 from The Sopranos. So, okay.
But, like, for example, there's 4 seasons of the show The Boys on Amazon Prime. That's the 9th most watched show of all time.
Never even heard of that show. See, I would like Sopranos to me, it was good, very good, but I do think it dipped a little bit. Faded off a little bit in the middle. You know, it kind of wasn't the same as it came out bringing the heat. Came out with the thunder, man. I was a big fan of The Wire. I think The Wire is right up there with The Sopranos, if not more enjoyable for me. But for her to say that it's the Jordan of shows, I don't know if I agree with her there. So I'm wondering if other people out there would agree that Sopranos is the Jordan of television viewing.
By the way, the 5 most watched shows of all time. Number 5 are Friends. Number 4 is Seinfeld. Number 3, I Love Lucy. Number 2, MASH. Number 1, Game of Thrones.
Yeah, I've never seen Game of Thrones. That would not make my list. I Love Lucy, did not watch. Friends I was in and out on. I didn't really watch it religiously. MASH I did watch a little bit. I was a kid when MASH was on. It was weird. I got into like a weird little MASH phase when I was like a young kid. I might have been like 6 around that time.
Did you watch Breaking Bad?
I did watch Breaking Bad.
That's number 6 on the list.
And I would go on to say Breaking Bad was slow in the beginning and then got really good.
Very slow in the beginning.
Yeah, I might go on to say that I like Breaking Bad more than I like Sopranos. The Wire, though, was right up there for me. You know what else? I liked, man, I can't think of the name of it. Oh, geez, I just ended up watching this, too, not too long ago. Narcos. Narcos was on Netflix, I want to say. Mosher, football at 4, next. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Jeff Mosher today. Got a Mosher Mailbag edition of Football at 4. Your questions will be answered by Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. Phil's win today, 7-2. Jesus Luzardo is back. 6 innings, 5 hits, 1 run, 10 strikeouts in the win for the Phillies. They get home runs today from Schwarber and Bohm as the Phillies win 7-2 over the Cubs. And they take the 3-game series against the Cubs, by the way. They beat Chicago 2 out of 3. So, we talked about in the first hour of the show all these little 10-game pockets. Well, this part of this 10-game pocket, after going 1-9 over to the 10-game stretch, the Phillies have kind of turned it around and played much better baseball. Last night they did not play very well. Their bullpen was a big problem in the game last night. And look, you look back to the game last night real quick before we get into today's Football at 4. I look back at last night's game and the bullpen, which, had not been a big problem in recent. You lose games 2-1. Your bullpen really isn't at the top of the list that you're looking at things. But it's amazing how these little pockets make you look at things a lot differently. Look, they put up 7 runs in the game today. You put up 7 runs in the game, your offense, you're saying, hey, there's a little depth to the lineup. You get a home run from Bohm, but that's the difference. When Bohm hits a homer, you get the home run from Schwarber. Schwarber's been struggling. Another guy, Turner, talk about him. But yesterday, this loss, you look back at the game last night, Mick Abel doesn't pitch well. He'd been pitching well. Taijuan Walker, first time you got a chance to see him come into a meaningful game. He didn't pitch well. Joe Ross hasn't pitched well essentially all season long. He didn't pitch well. Sadly, the only guy who did pitch somewhat well last night was Carlos Hernandez. He got DFA'd today, by the way. So the Phillies bullpen is part of the reason why they lost the game last night. And then today, the pitching is outstanding. They pitched very well with Luzardo. And then, look, you take a look at the guys who came in, give them a little bit of credit because they come into the game once Luzardo comes out, and they have to get you through the 7th, 8th, and 9th. And the bullpen today with Lazar and Mercado, both in relief of Luzardo today. Max Lazar, 2 innings, 3 hits. He gave up a run, and Mercado came in and pitched a clean 9th for the Phillies as they win the game today 7-2 as they win the series against Chicago. And with that series win, you take a look at all of a sudden, the Phillies have won 2 out of 3, which makes you feel a little bit better, right? All of a sudden, it's like, hey, team feels a little bit better all of a sudden. 4.5 games behind the Mets. Go over to the wild card where the other day they were just 1 game up in the wild card, and that's a spot where right now they're kind of hanging out in that wild card. They are 2.5 games now up on the St. Louis Cardinals in the wild card. So we'll check the standings and all that, of course. Now, tomorrow is a Thursday. Do they have an off day tomorrow? Finally, it feels like, because I know the Brewers are playing the Braves. I'm not the Brewers. The Blue Jays. They're playing the Blue Jays next. And I think the Blue Jays are coming to town here. So I think both teams have the day off tomorrow, right? And then they'll play on Friday. So I think the Phillies have the day off tomorrow. The pitching matchups for the Blue Jays series real quick before we get to Moshe here on the Sports Bash. We'll do Football at 4 in just a second. With Toronto, you've got Suarez and Gausman, Christopher Sanchez against Francis, and Wheeler and Berrios. That is your pitching matchups for the series against Toronto, which is coming up this weekend. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We've got Football at 4 on the way. We've got a Mosher Mailbag edition of Football at 4. Tomorrow, by the way, Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports is going to be joining us. Couple mini camp takeaways that yesterday we heard from Nick Sirianni. We played that press conference. So one of the things from Jeff Kerr, and he was there yesterday, so we'll get a chance to kind of talk to him a little bit more about this, but he talked about Jordan Mailata's frustration. Now, I'm not worried about Mailata, who is obviously one of the best left tackles in football. But the one thing that stands out to me about Jeff Kerr's observation here is that he had a hard time blocking Jalix Hunt. That's got to make you feel pretty good. Forget the fact that Mailata had a rough day, all right? Who cares about that? Mailata will be fine. But the fact that Mailata had trouble with Jalix Hunt, that is the thing that should excite you. Because if Jalix Hunt is adding tools to the toolbox here, you're taking a look at him and saying, wow, could he really be a force? Could this guy have been one of these improbable guys that you found with the third-round pick, and he turns into one of these great players that you never foresaw happening in the third round? Now, look, they're playing in helmets and shorts. But for that to be an observation, I definitely thought was worth noting, because one guy we're all going to be keeping an eye on is now Jalix Hunt. You're replacing Josh Sweat, who had a big postseason, Super Bowl, and got a big contract. So who steps into that spot? It's Jalix Hunt. Jalix Hunt is getting the opportunity to be the guy to replace Josh Sweat. And if they can get him to be an impactful player, that is a huge step for this defense. We're all waiting to see what this defense brings to the table. And I definitely think that Jalix Hunt is a guy that could be, look, he could be the difference maker from this team being, hey, we're talking 6-8 weeks into the season. Remember last year, we're talking about their pass rush or lack thereof. Where do they get pass rush? Where do they get pass rush? They ended up getting it from inside their own team. Nolan Smith took a step in the right direction. Once Brandon Graham went down, Jalix Hunt's got a chance to play. He stepped it up. So I thought that was one of the interesting observations from our buddy Jeff Kerr from CBS Sport. He also observed about Jalix Hunt and the day that he had yesterday, saying that he really had a big day, frustrating Jordan Mailata all day long yesterday. So a couple observations there. Another observation from Jeff Kerr, Terrace Marshall. Terrace Marshall's a guy who basically has had we talk about pockets of games for the Phillies, 10-game pockets. Terrace Marshall had like one pocket of games back when he was with Carolina. But it looks like, at least in the OTAs in the spring, he has got a little bit of a connection with Jalen Hurts. Phillies, the Eagles have had trouble finding kind of that third guy, and Terrace Marshall now is putting his name into that third guy list. You got A.J. Brown, you got Devontae Smith, and I think the third guy is going to be Dotson. I don't want to disparage the work that Dotson does. I think anybody who's in that third spot, quite frankly, numerically, you are not going to have a big year. But could Terrace Marshall be a factor in the offense? Something that we saw at the OTA yesterday. Another observation from Jeff Kerr. And by the way, Mosher's going to be joining us in about 4 minutes here. One observation that I thought was interesting is the fact that Saquon Barkley complimenting Tanner McKee. All right, he is the number 2 quarterback on this team. But one of the things you saw was McKee hooking up with Terrace Marshall, hooking up with Aniyah Smith. And one guy who made some compliments towards the backup quarterback was Saquon Barkley, who basically was, hey, look at this guy on the second team. You're hoping you never have to see Tanner McKee, but definitely thought it was worthwhile with all the quarterbacks. You drafted Kyle McCord, you traded for DTR, and now you have Tanner McKee, who seems to be the clear-cut guy at number 2. The other observation from Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports, no Zach Bond on the field. Jeremiah Trotter and Smile Mondin were the 2 linebackers out there. Why? Because no Nakobe Dean and no Jahed Campbell, who are both on the sidelines right now with injuries. Dean and Campbell, when will they be back? That will be a big story. Trotter and Mondin, both juniors, by the way, will they be able to play next to Bond if needed? And which of those 2 guys? We got a Mosher Mailbag edition of Football at 4 today on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Your text messages have been asking Eagles questions for Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast, and we will have Jeff answer those questions on today's edition of Football at 4. Don't forget, Knicks Nuggets are coming up at 4:30 today on the Sports Bash Live. Before we get to most, let me tell you about my friends over at Game Day Men's Health. Reclaim your life with optimized testosterone, low T, hitting hard. We feel you at Game Day Men's Health. It's enough to sideline any guy. Their expert team understands your frustration, and they're ready to help you reclaim your passion and purpose. Discover your T levels, create a game plan, and begin treatment. Come in today for your complimentary testosterone test and your consultation at Game Day Men's Health, EHT, 3069 English Creek Avenue. Get back in the game at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. All right, I'm Mike Gill. It's the Sports Bash. It's a Mosher Monday edition. A Mosher mailbag edition. We have more mailbag questions for Jeff Mosher that we didn't get to from Monday's segment. We got a lot of them today, so more came in over the last couple days, and Jeff Mosher is back for today's Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Mosher, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, what's going on? How are you?
The people are speaking. They've got questions after this OTA yesterday. It was the final OTA, and a lot of questions off that for today's mailbag session. So let's dive right into it. Are you ready?
Yeah, I got questions too. I just wrote on Philly Voice what are the 5 remaining questions for the Eagles here going into the break. So we all got questions.
All right. Well, we'll maybe hold that for Monday's edition, but we got a Mosher mailbag on this Wednesday. Jeff Mosher, what is the most intriguing position battle you're watching post-OTAs?
Oh, there's a bunch of them, but I mean, it's hard to say that it's not Adoree Jackson versus Keely Ringo for that cornerback spot. It's a very important position, and, you can throw Cooper DeJean in there in base, but, I mean, obviously they're going to be a nickel defense a lot. So, and if Cooper DeJean's a nickel, then it's between Keely Ringo and Adoree Jackson, and we always talk about the critical year 3, and we'll have that conversation about Tyler Steen too, where it's time to step up if you're a draft pick and show what you've got and take control of a starting job. And I'm sure the Eagles want Keely Ringo to win the job, and you heard Vic say he just needs to play football. He needs to get more reps. He's been handsy at times, but there's no more time for that. Now it's time for him.
All right, there's a lot of questions in regards to those guys, so we'll kind of go down that realm. Is Keely Ringo really the favorite to win the starting corner opposite Mitchell? Thanks for answering, Jeff. Big fan.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Love the questions. I would say the favorite in so much that that's the player that the Eagles want to win the competition for obvious reasons of being younger, cost-controlled draft pick. So that's why he would be the favorite, and I'm sure when camp begins, you'll see a rotation there. So I wouldn't call it the heavy favorite. I'm always bad with trying to handicap lines 2-1, 3-1, things like that. But he's the favorite right now because that's what the team wants. But Adoree Jackson is right there, nipping at his heels.
Okay, then that answer. This question came in as well. I thought I put these ones together because I think they're interesting. Jeff, more snaps week 1: Keely Ringo or Adoree Jackson?
Oh, boy. No, you're just basically asking me to predict who wins this thing out, and that's a tough thing to do because, no matter what I say, it really doesn't matter. That thing's got to play itself out. I'll give Keely the nod right now, but, that's not something I feel really confident about.
Okay. Jeff Mosher, how serious is the competition at linebacker? Can Jeremiah Trotter Jr. push for a starting role?
Well, I mean, there is no competition, unfortunately, for the Eagles. I'm sure they would tell you that right now. There's no competition at linebacker because there's not optimum health. Nakobe Dean is out. Jihad Campbell out until August, right? So when they're taking the field on the first day of July 25th, I think is the first practice, 24th, it's going to be Zach Bond and it's going to be Jeremiah Trotter Jr. And behind him, you're looking at a rookie in Smail Mondon. So there is no competition until everybody's healthy and playing and productive at the point, and that just kind of underscores how razor thin they are at the ILB position.
All right, Mosher mailbag here on a Wednesday, Football at 4. A lot of questions for Jeff Mosher. We'll try to get as many as we can here. Another linebacker question, a couple of linebacker questions here. Should Eagles fans be concerned about Nakobe Dean's role or injury history this season?
Yes. I mean, of course. Role, no, as long as he's healthy. Well, I understand the spirit of the question. I think comebacks from patellar tendons nowadays, we've talked to some experts about this on Inside the Birds, it's not as bad as it was, 5, 10, 15 years ago. So while I do understand people questioning how effective Nakobe will be when he's 100% compared to what he was last year, I think he'll be all right there. I mean, he's a player who is a smart football player, instinctive football player. I don't think that stuff gets lost when you have knee surgery, right? But the concern about his long-term durability is not a this season thing. That's why he went in the third round. I mean, we talked about that when they drafted him, and people thought, oh man, this is a great steal. And it's like, yeah, it's a steal, but there's a reason he made it to the third round. And there were some other injury concerns that teams had about him that were beyond just, I think the shoulder at the time when he got drafted was what had kept him from working out at a pro day, if I recall correctly. They were just worried about his overall body and how he would hold up in the NFL. And so far, those concerns, you would have to agree, have been validated.
Absolutely. And this one was kind of a freak injury, though, where you get your patella up into your thigh area.
Yeah.
That's not something that you hear happen every day. Jeff Mosher, any chance the Eagles make another veteran signing before training camp, maybe a safety or a linebacker?
Yeah, I mean, linebacker for sure. I could see that happening. It's hard to believe that they're one injury away from Smile Mondin being a starter and, maybe more than one injury away from Mondin and then Dallas Gant being the guy. So this is the position that we've seen them upgrade a lot in these weeks before camp or even right at the start of camp in the first week, whether it was Zach Cunningham, Miles Jack, Nicholas Morrow last year came back, although not around this time, I think. But, yeah, that's the position they're going to have their eye on most. I think it's safety. They'll let some things – they've got names. They've got people there, but they're going to probably let some things play out first competition-wise to see if they feel the need to get another body.
All right, Jeff, how do you see the running back roles behind Saquon Barkley?
Yeah, it's varied, right? I mean, you have some different type of guys. A.J. Dillon, a big 250-pound bruiser. Will Shipley, a guy who has some juice, catches the ball well. Nothing like not built at all like A.J. Dillon. You got some interesting rookie free agents like Montrell Johnson. So there's a lot of names here. Obviously, they brought Lou Nichols back. He's not a very fast running back, as opposed to Johnson, who is a 4.3-4.4 guy, but compactly built, contact leverage runner. So they have a bunch of different guys. The big question is behind Barkley, who's taking that spot or that role that was occupied by Kenneth Gainwell? Who's going to be good on third down? Who can pick up a blitz and pass protect? Who can catch the ball out of the backfield and put all that together, be a 2-minute back, a 4-minute back? It's not really something that I think Dillon has specialized in his career with the Packers, and it's an area where I think Shipley can be really vital or really a role he can fit into, but he's got to learn blitz pickup and pass protection and show he can excel at that, because he hasn't really done that throughout his college career or even last year.
All right, it's a Mosher Mailbag edition of Football 4 here on a Wednesday. This is an interesting one. Do you expect anything different from Jalen Hurts with Kevin Patullo now calling plays?
No, not really. I do think that they're going to try as many. I think they've tried before under different coordinators to open up the passing offense a little bit or try to get a little bit more vertical at times. I mean, they're clearly vertical down the sidelines, which is where Jalen Hurts is a really good thrower of the football. I think if you ask them, they would like to be a little bit more consistent in the passing game. And with that means, concepts, not just completions. So I imagine that you'll try to see that. But in general, the offense is going to be what it was. They're going to do what they do well, which is run the ball and, give the ball to Saquon Barkley.
Good formula, by the way, on that one.
Yeah.
When Barkley get the ball. Jeff Mosher, surprise cut candidate.
Surprise cut candidate. That is a great question. Surprise cut candidate. Well, I haven't given a whole lot of thought to that one because you have a lot of guys on one-year deals. I'd like if Adoree Jackson got cut, I wouldn't be surprised. I guess Sidney Brown. If he really doesn't have. I don't. You're asking a surprise, so I'm trying to really think far outside the box, a guy who just doesn't fit into the scheme and system, and maybe they just like Makuba and McCullum and
what about one of the edge rushers?
Well, I just don't think it would be a surprise if they cut someone like Uche or
Okay.
Ojulari would surprise me. I think when healthy, he's a good player. The talent isn't the question. Uche, the talent is the question. He's really only had one good year and is on his third team in 3 years now. So I think it wouldn't be a shock to me if Uche didn't make it. Same thing with Dylan. It wouldn't be a shock to me with his injury last year that kept him out all year if he didn't make it.
By the way, sorry I haven't been mentioning the people's names here. I forgot to include them because this one I did include their name. So I'll give this guy the credit. Safer roster lock. This is a good question. Grant Calcaterra or one of the new tight ends, which would be Granson or Harrison Bryan. That's from Steve in Vineland. Who's more of a lock? That Calcaterra makes it or one of the other two?
No, I don't. I think that this is a great three-way competition for two spots, right? You've got Dallas Goedert, probably going to keep three total tight ends. I'll throw E.J. Jenkins in there because he can block, but he's a little bit of a dark horse.
So is there a possibility that the two tight ends they signed, neither one of them makes it?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely possible.
Right. Because originally,
one-year deal.
When originally the thought was Goddard wasn't going to be here, they signed the two tight ends, and you're thinking maybe both of these guys make it.
Yeah, I think that they were going to do that regardless, Mike, sign that many tight ends, because even if Goddard comes back, he's only back for a year, and the guys they signed were young and promising. So if they wanted to, they could see something that was good and have a good year, then you can work on that extension if you felt that it was going that way. But, obviously Calcaterra is in his contract year, right? This is year 4, if I'm not mistaken, for him. So maybe you give him the leg up because he's been in the offense. He's already established a rapport with the quarterback. And if he, continues to develop and play well, then maybe they can, see him as a number 2/number 3 tight end going forward and get him on some kind of team-friendly deal after the season. So that probably makes him a little bit more, I don't want to say lock, but a leader in the clubhouse over the two free agents that they signed. But it's certainly going to be a really good competition at camp.
All right, we got a couple more here. Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter. Who's the favorite to pick up the Milton Williams snaps?
Well, honestly, it's Moro Ajomo who started. I mean, Jalen Carter is already a starter, right? Jordan Davis is a starter in their 5-man front, which they run on first and second down. When they're in their 4-man front, which is like 65 to 70% of the game, Carter and Williams were the two interior rushers. So now it'll be Carter and Moro Ajomo. So this is what I wrote in my story today for Philly Voice is one of the big questions is, can Moro Ajomo give the Eagles anything close to the same type of production that Milton Williams gave them over the last 2 years, and especially last year when he was just outright dominant for a lot of the season? If not, well, then maybe that leads to more snaps for Jordan Davis, or you see Ty Robinson getting in there. Gabe Hall is a guy that we can't forget about. He's had a year under Clint Hurt and Vic Fangio now, and this is a kid that went undrafted last year, but everybody thought he should have been drafted and had a lot of good tools. So there's some options here, but number one, the first guy to get that responsibility is going to be Moro Ajomo.
All right. Of course, you can check out ITB. The latest ITB is out on all podcasting platforms. Check out Jeff Mosher's coverage of the Eagles as well over at PhillyVoice.com and InsideTheBirds.com. And, of course, Football at 4 powers you through the summer with your Eagles and football fix here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. We'll talk plenty more about all things NFC East and Eagles moving forward today. The NFC, of course, everybody chasing the Eagles and their Super Bowl championship. But the repeat is now on, and we will be covering it here on Football at 4. All right, Mosher, appreciate it, man.
Hey, Mike, just to let you know, Brandon Graham, we're going to have Brandon Graham on Inside the Birds tomorrow morning. It'll be out, and he answered. Just because we asked the same questions, he had a lot of good answers to many of the questions that were asked here by me today. So look out for Brandon Graham on Inside the Birds tomorrow,
Nice.
and really, really good interview.
All right, check that out on all podcasting platforms
Thanks.
on the ITB, and also, of course, here on Football at 4. We'll see what Brandon Graham has to say. There's Jeff Mosher here on Sports Bash. Thanks as always, Mosher. All right, coming up, it is Nick's Nuggets on the way. We'll get the Nuggets from Earnshaw next here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Phil's win today, 7-2. They win the series against the Cubs. More Sports Bash coming up. 432, Sports Bash. Phil's win today 7-2. They beat the Cubs. Schwarber homer, Bomer homer for the Phils. They win 2 out of 3 against the Cubs. All is right again with the Phils, it feels like. Right, all of a sudden, everything's going well. The offense is clicking. Nick Earnshaw is host of the Shift podcast, producer of the Locker Room Weekends on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, it's time for Nick's Nuggets. They're brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw is live on location somewhere today. Where are you, in Boston already? Did you already make the journey to Fenway Park? Is that where you're at?
Oh, yeah, we're already in Boston, Mr. Mike Gill. We made the trek up this morning. Pretty easy ride. Only hit a little bit of traffic in New York. But, on the way up, we got the Phils on. You got a while. You got nothing really to do and listen to on the way. You can listen to music. We had the Phils game on. It was fantastic. So the Shift, we're up here in Boston, Tampa Bay Rays versus Red Sox. We'll be at Fenway tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun. So we watched the Phils on the way up. We're going to catch a ball game over at Fenway tonight.
Love it. Fenway went a couple years ago. Great spot. Would certainly want to go back. I didn't spend enough. I've only been to Boston like 1 or 2 times, and both times I was there were very in and outs. I've not been to Boston for like a weekend or anything like that.
Yeah, we're going to be pretty much in and out after tomorrow. We'll be back making the trek back up to Jersey, or back down to Jersey, I should say. And then I'll be with you on Friday. We have a lot of fun on Friday down in Wildwood, so I'm looking forward to that too. So it's going to be a busy couple of days for me over here. The Nuggets, we might run out of them at some point. I don't even know.
A lot of miles in that car there, Nuggets.
Oh, yeah, a couple hundred. All right, let's get into it. Jesus Luzardo, he looked fantastic today, so I can calm down a little bit. I was freaking out last week, over his past 2 starts. They were bad. Those were historically bad starts from Jesus Luzardo. Let's be clear. But I want to start with Nugget number 1. He was great today. Overall, 6 innings, 5 hits from him allowed, and he had 1 earned run, 10 Ks on the day, double digits in strikeouts. He looked much better today. And there was an interesting little tweet I saw on the X platform today. According to the WAR monger, WAR, we know the stat, the WAR. If you're an analytics person, you love that stat. If you're not, you might hate that stat. Doesn't matter. All right. So his numbers with runners in scoring position before those 2 bad starts were interesting. This is according to the WAR monger. .43 batting average and a 34% whiff rate on those 2 starts before that. All those starts before that, that was the batting average for Jesus Luzardo, batting average against with runners in scoring position and runner on second base. After those 2 starts, the batting average was 900 with a 12.5% whiff rate. So there was all that talk about him tipping pitches. There was a video to go along with it, which was very interesting. You could see kind of the movement in his glove. The position of his glove was also interesting too, Mr. Mike Gill. So it could have been just that. Guys might have known what was coming because they could tell from him tipping pitches. So that could have been part of it. He makes an adjustment. And look, today, his 10 strikeouts goes 6 innings, only gives up 1 earned run. And the Chicago Cubs are no slouch of a team, 40-plus wins.
Yeah, I know, and they were talking about this during the broadcast, but it's true. You're evolving every single start. The other team is looking at ways to kind of pick stuff up on you. You're trying to find things on them. They may have found something on him. They showed during the broadcast today that he did something different with his glove. Yep. You just hope that, it doesn't make – obviously, he wasn't at 10 strikeouts today, that he's not uncomfortable with it and all that stuff. So, yeah, if that's I talked about this earlier, the fact that they had gone 1-9 over that 10-game stretch.
Yeah.
And, we're all kind of like, what's going on? One of those starts was a horrendous start by Wheeler. 2 of those starts were horrendous starts by Luzardo. Last night's game, which was not in that 10-game losing streak, but you had a bad start by Abel in there. But you had Wheeler and 2 from Luzardo. Those are 2 guys that you really don't anticipate pitching that poorly for you, and you end up losing all 3 of those games. So, yeah, you have your top-of-the-rotation starters not pitching well, confounding the fact that you weren't playing well all at the same time. So if Luzardo's got himself back on track, you should erase some of those losses where he doesn't pitch all that well, because they were some bad days. They gave up 12 runs the one day.
That was historically bad, those 2 starts. We were going back into the 1940s for stats, and I'm like, whoa, all right, this was bad overall. But I think what that tells you, though, is the offense has been struggling. Like if the Phillies are going to have bad starts out of Wheeler or a Luzardo at times, like that's going to happen throughout the season. Sometimes you need your offense to pick them up. All right. And the offense has been struggling today. Much better. You get a Bomer homer today. That was, you don't see that very often anymore.
Bomer homer makes my week, man. The rest of my week, nothing can bring me down. You give me a Bomer homer, nothing brings me down, right?
Yeah, I mean, you take 2 out of 3 from the Cubs, 40-plus win team. You get a Bomer homer out of it. I mean, there's nothing better than
By
that.
the way, listen, I've been pretty critical of Bohm all season long. I mean, his body language sucks at life. He's been terrible overall, except for when you actually do take 5 minutes to look at it. In the month of April, he hit .221 with a .252 on-base percentage, 0 homers, 8 ribbies. Horrendous. In the month of May, hit .324 with a .364 on-base percentage and .873 slugging percentage. He hit 5 homers in the month of May with 13 RBI. And then in June, he's hitting .343 with a .378 on-base percentage. And then he hits the homer today. I think he had a couple more hits today. So his average, this is .343 to start the day. I don't know where he is after today in terms of the month of June. But talk about May and June. Guy's hitting over .320 in these last 2 months now.
I know he's picked it up. He's picked it up since the start of the season, right?
I just don't like people banging on my guy Bohm. Like, don't give me any Bohm stuff. Bohm's the guy. He's the guy. By the way, I kid, but they need him to be the guy. They need him because sadly, and I've not advocated for him hitting in the middle of the lineup, but they need him in the middle of the lineup right now. And by the way, in the 3-hole, he's hitting .308. In the 5-hole, he's hitting .429. In the 6-hole, he's hitting .356. So those spots in the order, the one spot he hasn't produced is in the 4-hole, which is a spot that I've said I do not like him in that spot. But in that 6th spot, he's hitting .356 with a .375 on base and a .908 OPS. That is where I've said that's where you got to hit Bohm, in the 6th spot.
That's a sweet spot for Alec Bohm. In the 6-hole, I mean, it takes the pressure off of him a little bit. Obviously, right now, you have Harper out of the lineup. He's going to have to elevate. And listen, today, he did that. And by the way, the Phillies had 10 hits today. Everyone in the lineup but Johan Rojas had a base hit in today's ball game. I figured I'd put that out there.
I'm surprised you didn't bring up Rojas' awful bunt today.
Oh, I didn't get to see it in person. I was listening to it. So was it that bad?
I mean, he popped it up to the first baseman. First baseman's crashing. They know he's bunting, and he pops it up in the air, and the first baseman's breathing down his neck. Yeah, it was a terrible. It was a bad pitch to bunt. It was up over his head, and he kind of pokes at it, and it goes right up in the air.
Oh, I'm going to have to watch that replay. You know me. I can't watch Johan Rojas bunt a baseball. It's so aggravating. That's why I was so excited to see them get a couple of bunts down the other night to win a ball game. That was fantastic. Little small ball. Oh, that was great. But yeah, all right, I'm gonna have to go watch that. You shouldn't even told me that. I would have blew right by it if you didn't even tell me that. Now I'm gonna
listen. Now I'm gonna I don't mind calling out the guys when they No. I don't have a problem with Rojas trying to bunt, but you've been critical of his bunting style, so I got to call him out, man. I mean, call out these guys when they got to do it. By the way, Castellanos today almost went yard, and in all Castellanos fashion, he hit the top of the fence over the wall for a triple.
Oh, that's just typical Castellanos. Isn't it? It's almost. You're almost there.
He did have a couple Casty Ks today. A couple Casty Ks.
Casty with a K. I know that's how you used to like to spell it out for sure. By the way, I want to move along to nugget number 2 real quick. And I'm talking about ballparks. We're going to Fenway tonight. I am wearing a Philadelphia Phillies hat to Fenway. There's no Phillies playing tonight. It's the Tampa Bay Rays and the Boston Red Sox. So I want to ask you, and I want to ask the audience out there, we'll put it out there, 609-403-0973. Is it wrong to wear a team that is not playing in the game to the stadium? I'm wearing Phillies, Rays, Red Sox. Is it a faux pas, Mike, is what I'm asking.
I'm not wearing a hat, so.
Even a jersey, a shirt.
Yeah, anything. I'm out on that. That. Yeah.
So if you're going to a game, stadium, you're on vacation, let's catch a ball game.
Yeah.
All right, we're in Miami watching the Nationals and Marlins or something. Yep. You're not wearing a Phillies hat or a Phillies T-shirt?
No.
Why not?
No. I'm just not. Like when I went to
the guy on the broadcast that like they show that this guy's lost? Is that what you tend to think?
No, I don't think so. I don't think they're gonna show you for wearing the hat there, but I find it to be out of place. Like when I went to the Red Sox game at Fenway, I wore a Yale T-shirt. I'm in the New England area. I went Yale.
See, my co-host is wearing a Pedro Martinez, Phillies fan, by the way, full Pedro Martinez, Mitchell and Ness jersey. To the
Red Sox or Phillies?
Red Sox.
Strong. That's a strong pull by that guy.
But if you're a Phillies fan, you can't wear that. I can't wear the opposing teams. I just can't do it. You're wearing a different team unit. Like I'm out. I'm totally out on that.
I mean, he sounds like a baseball fan who happens to like the Phillies as well.
I'm wearing a baseball T-shirt. I got the Phillies hat on. It's not really, I'm not trying to stand out, but I'm showing, I'm from the Philadelphia area, enjoy the Philadelphia Phillies. I'm going to wear the Phillies hat. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
You just asked me if I would. I'm out. I'm out on that. I'm not going to a game that I'm going to a game that my team's not playing, and I have no problem with that. I'm not showing up wearing the gear of the team, though, if they're not playing.
Okay. What about if it's football? Let's say you're football, you wear the Kelly green to like a Bengals and Browns game.
Out.
I would totally do that. That is something I would love to do. Wear all Kelly green, go to like a Bengals Browns game. I would be that guy.
Last night, for instance. Yeah, I'm out on that. Last night, for instance, they're doing the broadcast from the outfield last night, and they're showing guys in the crowd, and some guys are wearing Eagles stuff. I'm out on that.
See, now wearing a different sport to another sporting event, I'm out on that. You got to wear the sport or be like in line with the sporting event that you're attending. I think that's a faux pas. But wearing your own team, you're representing your team. You might be in the area for business, on vacation. I have no problem with that. No problem.
Yeah, well, we're two different people. I can tell you that much.
I get. Well, I'm curious to see what the text board says.
If I'm going to another stadium, I don't need to draw any unnecessary attention to some drunk guy to say, "Oh, Philly." I don't need that. I'm there just to enjoy your ballpark. I'm in as a guest now at this point. I'm just a guest, just observing. I don't need to have any unnecessary attention drawn to me.
So it's like you're kind of crashing the party a little bit, essentially. This is what you're doing. You're crashing the party, kind of. This is what I'm doing because I'm wearing the Philly stuff.
Right, you are asking for attention to be drawn to yourself.
Not really.
I'm not that much of an attention guy.
I don't know if it's an attention thing. I think for me, it's just like, I'm not a Red Sox fan or a Rays fan. Hate the Rays. Red Sox,
Just show it the normal tee. Just like a normal, whatever you got in your closet.
Yeah, I'm wearing a normal tee, but I got to go hat. Got to go hat for the game. All right, moving along. Let's move
You're a young guy, man. You got to hold on to your hair. You don't want to wear a hat. You're going to lose it. You're going to lose your hair.
I love the hats. Love that. I've always been a hat guy. Big hat guy. All right, let's move along. Nugget number 3. This was an interesting post. We know A.J. Brown. He's an interesting guy. He reads books on the sideline. He does all kinds of stuff like that. He makes you scratch your head a little bit. So this one I didn't think was too crazy. A.J. Brown, he puts out a post on Instagram looking for a QB in the area to throw to him. I mean, this was pretty cool. He wasn't looking for any fans. I don't know if you saw this, Mike.
No.
But did it occur to you that maybe Jalen Hurts is just living, probably in Texas or somewhere else? He's training at a different facility. Did it cross your mind at all that maybe these guys, why aren't they throwing together? They have before.
Well, Jalen Hurts is here, there, everywhere. He just got married, all that stuff.
True. And you didn't hear about it. So did it cross your mind at all that maybe they're just kind of business partners at this point? They just play together on the Eagles. They don't have to train together outside of the facility.
I would say it didn't cross my mind because I didn't know about it. So A.J. Brown is where?
A.J. Brown, around this area. He's
here.
Around this area, yes. And he's looking for a quarterback in the South Jersey, Philadelphia, Delaware Valley area to throw to him, just to train out in like random parks, I guess.
And where is Jalen Hurts currently living?
No idea. I have no clue where Jalen's at. That's
Josh is saying he lives in Houston.
So that's what I figured because he's had a lot of stuff going on down there. He's married. Maybe that's the reason. I'm just saying, you think some of these quarterbacks, the wide receivers, they'd be working out together even outside of the practice facility.
Well, like the other guys, I mean, Kyle McCord, DTR, Tanner McKee, they're not around either, I guess. Where'd they go?
Well, I wanted to bring that up because John Clark actually pointed this out when he made the post. He quoted it. He said, "Why not Kyle McCord? He's kind of close to the area, right? So you could try him." But he put it out on Instagram. It was an open invitation to quarterbacks in the area.
It is a little odd, like, unless he asked everybody, hey, you want to come throw with me? And they were all like, hey, listen, man, I have some family obligations between now and the time we start. I don't know. I mean, how that all kind of transpired. But you would think, McCord is a local guy.
Yeah. So, like, you would think that would make more sense. Like, all right, throw with one of the Eagles quarterbacks. Like, the exact quote was, need a QB in Philly, NJ, for the summer. A real QB, not a fan who thinks they could throw just to hang out with me, but a real one. That was the exact posting. It was like a job posting, essentially, for A.J. Brown. He needs a quarterback.
So, okay, well, then this is essentially saying I need a quarterback for the summer, like every day. Or so that could be why some of these other guys are like, I'm not available every day.
How do you screen that? Like, how do you screen that for the most part?
Well, I'm imagining, right? You start to go down the list. Rowan, what's your quarterback? Maybe Temple, who's your quarterback? Like, are those guys around? Are they in the area? You probably go to some high-level high school quarterbacks. Is there a quarterback in this area, up in that Gloucester, Camden, Burlington area that, hey, are you like a D2, D3, even a D1 level quarterback that wants to throw the ball? Yeah, so you start to go down the list. I mean, you got Temple, Delaware, Villanova,
Yeah, I just thought it was interesting that him and Hurts, maybe they could work together if he's here for training camp.
Well, if he says this makes more sense. Though it says I need a quarterback for the summer. Jalen Hurts doesn't live here.
All right, I know, but training camp's it's not far away. It's not far away. You'd think maybe be in the area. Maybe I'm just saying.
Why would he be in the area? If training camp doesn't start till the end of July, now it's June 11th. If Hurts is living at his house where he lives, he's got a month and a half to enjoy his summer at his house with his new wife. He's going to live here when he doesn't live here to throw passes to A.J. Brown?
That hurts. But that brings the question of McCord. McCord's a local guy. I would think that would make the most sense out of all of this.
I don't have McCord's summer calendar. Maybe he wasn't available. I don't know. Maybe he's traveling. Look, all these guys, I have to imagine, they have 1 month to travel and spend time with their family. Maybe this is the time they travel. Maybe they do something. Now, Kyle McCord happened to be like, hey, man, I live in the area. I'm here every day. You want me to go be your summer quarterback? I'm here for that.
All right. Well, maybe we'll see McCord and A.J. Brown flicks on the gram soon. Maybe that could happen. We'll see. Maybe we'll make it happen.
I'm interested to see who gets hired for this job.
Yeah, I want to know. Like, now I need to know. The fact you put a posting out, I want to know who gets hired. Who's getting it? You get paid for this? Like, how does it work?
Right. What's the daily rate?
Yeah, I need to know the rate, everything. All right. That's a 3-pack for you today. Live from Boston, Mike Gill.
All right. From Fenway Park now. When are you heading over to Fenway?
Actually, about 10 minutes. Got the Uber on the way.
Oh, I was going to say, you doing the walk or you going Uber? Because I'll tell you what. It is a madhouse around that stadium. We walked over there because you just can't. You take in a car, you might as well just take a picture. You're sitting in traffic the whole time.
Hotel's a little out of the way, so we're going to get the Uber in and then walk to the stadium. That's what we're doing.
Okay. All right. There you go. See you, Nugget. Enjoy the game tonight.
Thanks,
I'd take that Phillies hat off if I were you.
No chance.
Check out the Shift podcast, of course, and check them out on the weekend during the locker room right here on 97.3 ESPN. He'll be live on Friday at Pig Dog Beach Bar for the Eagles Autism Foundation event. We'll be there. The Eagles will be there. Eagles cheerleaders, Swoop, and, of course, a couple Eagles players as well. Stop out and see it live this Friday with the Sports Bash live on location. Pig Dog, Maury's Pier at the outside bar. We'll see you all down there with the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. That's another edition of Nick's Nuggets in the book. They're brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Coming up, our final hour of the show, Phil's win. We'll get into that. The Glue Guys will explain next. 5 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. What's up, everybody? Phils win 7-2. They beat the Cubs. They win the series 2-1 over Chicago. A Bohm home run, a Schwarber home run helped lead the offense today. Also, 10 strikeout game for Jesus Luzardo. He looked much better today. We've got day off tomorrow for the Fightins. They'll play Toronto this weekend at the ballpark. Yeah, good game today, by the way. Turner, couple hits. Bohm, 2 hits, 4 RBI. Also, the pitching from Luzardo was really the story because he had pitched poorly in 2 previous games. To get him back and pitching well was definitely a breath of fresh air. Good to see him back, rocking and rolling. Going to need him big time this summer. As we know, this Phillies offense could go through some inconsistencies, and hopefully they're kind of coming around it. One guy who came out of it, Kyle Schwarber, who had a big home run today. That kind of got the Phillies rocking and rolling early in the 3rd inning. Hit that off of former Phillies pitcher Ben Brown, who was traded, by the way. How many people remember who Ben Brown was traded to acquire? Anybody know that one? Let me know. Text board's open, 609-403-0973. All right, let's get into our final hour of the show. We go back and forth on all the big topics. Phil's win today, got that on the table. You know, we so much are critical of the teams. You go through, we were talking in the first hour, Ryan Rothstein is back with us here on the Sports Bash as we do the final hour, little rye or sigh. What are some of the topics we're sighing about today? I don't know. I mean, we talk about baseball and like these 10-game pockets. You lose 9 out of 10. That's a pocket that you look at and say, oh, 9 out of 10. What is going wrong there? And then the next 10 games, you're like, oh, you won 7 out of 10. What has gone right there? It is a sport in which you are overly critical too often and not giving enough praise often enough, it seems like.
Yeah, especially with World Series championship aspirations and expectations. Right? Like, here's a question that sounds ridiculous, but it's what I do. Is this year fun for Phillies fans? Like, I know the park is full, but as far as the talk around the team, me and you know as well as anyone, right? It's not fun. It's stressful, is it not? It's just a weird vibe this year.
I want to get your thoughts on this then, okay? It's an interesting question that you bring up. Talked about this earlier. We had a text message earlier, and I had said, I blame the Sixers a little bit. And you might say, what? Usually the Sixers are in the playoffs
They get
up
enough
until
heat.
Well, listen, usually the Sixers are in the playoffs up until like late April, early May. That second round of the playoffs takes you to like early May, right?
Yeah.
So the Sixers not being relevant at all. Like by the time the Eagles won the Super Bowl, and then that Tuesday was the start of pitchers and catchers, by that time the Sixers season was over. So everybody had optimal focus on the Phillies from day one. They never got to float under the radar at all. Like if the Sixers were in the playoffs, the Phillies kind of got off the ground and people would have been bemoaning the fact that the Sixers got knocked out in the second round. And then when that gets over, then I turn my attention to the Phillies, and the Phillies are like, into the 1 month of the season. They have had the pressure on them from spring training because the Sixers gave them no buffer.
Yeah, for me, you bring up a good point as well with all that. I'm going to push back and I'm going to say let's give the Sixers a little bit of a break. But I think it's almost more about the Eagles winning the Super Bowl. Because we've talked a lot about the Eagles over the last few weeks as well, about like coming off a Super Bowl, it's sort of a free pass. You're playing with house money. So all the fans right now in Philly we are locked in on the Phillies and their World Series expectations.
Listen,
it's
I'm not saying that the expectations would have been different. My point is the expectations started a lot sooner. The attention on the Phillies started from day one, as opposed, like, could you imagine if the Sixers were still playing, they were in the NBA Finals? I guarantee you we wouldn't be paying attention to the Phillies nearly as much. But the second the Sixers got knocked out of the finals or won the finals, we would turn our attention to the Phillies need to win the World Series.
Do you think this is good for the Phillies team? The amount of hyper attention that they're getting, like to your point, what if the Sixers were in the finals? Maybe the noise wouldn't be as loud.
No, I think one of the things the Phillies had, as I'm talking about here, is they have had the pressure and been under the microscope from day one. They had no buffer. Normally the teams, you get a buffer from another team playing. The Sixers gave the Phillies no buffer, so they have been under the microscope. The pressure has been on since the first day because most people didn't watch any Sixers at all after Christmas.
No, I don't even think that. Listen, a lot of Philly barely watched the Sixers period, right? Because it was that bad this year. So yeah, it was sort of the perfect storm, and now it's just like, I don't know how the city feels, right? But I think we're on to something. I just feel like it's just stressful. It's frustrating. It's, you have to win it all. We're expecting it, but not expecting it, right? It's just such a weird vibe this year. I sort of sigh at all of it a little bit.
Well, like Cole from LBI says, I don't think the Sixers had anything to do with the Phillies' pressure. 3 years since the World Series run, they got eliminated around early each year since. The pressure would be here no matter what. I do agree that the pressure would be there. My point would be the pressure wouldn't have been on them the whole time.
Yeah, right. I agree with Cole as well. I agree with what you just said, right? It would change things slightly. But the pressure the Phillies have is the pressure, regardless of what the other teams are doing in the city. Yes, Cole is right.
The pressure would be the same. Like, you have to win the World Series, but it wouldn't be from the first pitch because you would be deflected by the Sixers, and then as soon as the Sixers got eliminated, then you could look over and say, hey, man, now you need to win the World Series. You now the pressure's back on you, whereas you could have at least flown under the radar for about a month and a half there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm just thinking as you're talking, like, have the expectations changed? Like, because of the frustrations and the disappointments, like if the Phillies get to the World Series and lose, is that not deemed a failure? I deem it as a failure because this era, this team, this group failed to ever bring a title and the trophy back down Broad Street. That's a failure. But has this season changed expectations for the fans?
The way this
How
season's going?
Yeah.
No, I don't. Well, I think the expectations were to win the World Series or be a World Series team. I also think entering the season, because the focus has been on this team the whole time, I think it just happened earlier that people are questioning whether or not they could do it.
Right. Yeah, no, it's fair. And it's also like, it's just, I think we have to remind ourselves this is the exciting part of having a World Series contending team, for better or worse, in Philly. I mean, this is fun. Like, look at what the Phillies did today. And now all the narratives and stuff could be, Luzardo's back on trip, right? Like, everything that we've been up in arms about.
Your question is a good one, though. We'll ask the listeners out there. Yeah. You can text in 609-403-0973. Do you guys think this Philly season to June 11th has been fun? Are you having fun with this Phillies team right now?
That is when we posed that question, I think of Citizens Bank Park when I was going in my college years from 2008 to 2012. Where the bank is full, we're getting standing room only seats, we're tailgating, we're having a freaking blast. We love the Phillies. They can't do any wrong, right? This team is not that vibe.
Yeah, listen, I haven't been to the ballpark this year, so, the ballpark's full every single day still, and I've been somebody in the past when the Phillies had those teams under Gabe Kapler that were in the playoff mix, but they weren't making the playoffs. Like, they would get to September, and they'd be like one game out of the wild card, and we used to battle about this every day. We're like, hey, they're one game out of the wild card, and nobody's going to these games. The stadium was half empty, and then they eventually fell out of the wild card mix, but nobody was going to those games. Now, that building's filled every single day, every single night, day game, night game, worst team in the leagues in town, best teams in the leagues in town. So I do give the fans a lot of credit. That's still the place to be.
Yes, I am with you 100%. I'm not knocking the dedication and loyalty, and the crowd's loud, right? So I'm not saying they're disengaged or anything, but just like the overall vibes. If we're getting a vibe check, if we're putting the vibe meter out in the pool, it feels a little chilly.
I got some text messages. This one's from Tim in Summers Point. It says, Mike, I dislike almost everything about this team except our starting pitching. I want it to be over. I'm ready to move on. They're not going to win anything. That's from Tim in Summers Point. Woo-hoo! That's a rough one, man.
Yeah, that's pretty, and that's how I feel a lot of the fans feel. Right, like there's a big portion of the fan base that is just frustrated and PO'd at this team right now. And Dombrowski, whoever they're pissed at, but there is that feel to it.
All right, a couple more people text in. Are you having fun with this Phillies team? Is this Phillies team fun? Are you enjoying this season? By the way, they're 10 games over 500. They were in first place for a good, stretch there. This text message says, guys, if they don't make any moves to try to win, they fail. If they make some moves but still fall a little short, I would be less disappointed. So this guy's saying, I don't know if he's saying he's having fun or not, but he's saying as long as they try to make some moves, if it doesn't work out, he'll be cool with that. But I guess you got to ask the question, though, is this team worth making moves for after now you see them take 2 out of 3 from the Cubs? They get swept by the Pirates. You're asking, well, do you even make moves for this team? Is it even worth it? Now they win 2 out of 3 against the Cubs. You go back to, you got to help this team, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's assumed. And I think some listeners with that type of response are not thinking about the ramifications after this season with this group. Right? Because falling short this year with the World Series, we have to just remind ourselves this is the group that failed to get it done, and Bryce Harper may never, there's a lot of ramifications after this season.
A couple more text messages. Are you having fun with this Phillies team this year? Is this Phillies team fun? I mean, look, you got a long way to go. I was talking about this earlier. I was listening when I was in the car earlier, and they said the Phillies are at game 68.
Mm-hmm.
They have almost 100 games left to play.
Yeah.
So just think about how different they're going to look 60 games from now than as opposed to today.
It's night and day. It's ridiculous. I was looking at Casty stats, and I was seeing what he did through 69 games in the year. He hit 29 bombs and over 100 ribbies, and the numbers were similar to this year. But like the point with that is just so much can happen. So much can happen still.
Jeff in Ocean City's along the beach listening to the Sports Bash. He says, yes, I'm having fun with the Phillies. I believe they will be in the NLCS. Now, the question is, if they get to the NLCS, do you think we would have fun with that?
If they lose, no.
Because isn't the run fun? That's what makes it fun, is the night to night, the day to day, and then like on the moment when they lose, you're disappointed. It's deflating, but the run is fun.
The run is fun, but like the run to the World Series, that was the most fun type of run you could possibly have. The year after, you get to the NLCS, not much of a difference. That was not nearly as fun. It was still fun.
Yeah.
Right, but it depends on how your season ends. Are you streaking? Are you winning wild card games, right? Or are you just sort of hemming and hawing, getting through rounds?
Well, like the year they went to the World Series and lost to the Astros, in the end, you look back and say that was a blast. Like that run from the Cardinals series to the Braves series to the Padres series. I mean,
epic.
That was just so much fun. And then it's deflating that you lost, but the run was fun. Now, that season wasn't all that fun.
No, but who cares? Right? Like, which brings us to the point of these conversations we're having on June 11th. They matter now. They're so important. But if they take us on a run like that in October, that's all we remember.
609-403-0973. Has this Phillies season been fun so far? 609-403-0973. Phil's win today, 7-2. They're 39-29. They are won 2 out of 3 against the Cubs, who, by the way, the Cubs are 41-27. It's a pretty good Cubs team up to this point anyway, and you just took 2 out of 3 against him. So 609-403-0973. Has this Philly season been fun? Send us a text. Got a lot of people weighing in on that. We'll let you get some more time to weigh in on that. So I'm actually – has the season been fun? I don't know, man. You
haven't been having fun. Mike, you have not been irrational at all, but for you you've had some crazy takes. I've been loving it. I mean, you've been on Turner. You've been holding everyone accountable. But typically, you're the guy that's like doing the Kobe, relax, I got us. Like you're typically like, listen, Turner will come around. This guy will come around. But, I love how you held him accountable. Like, this contract, unacceptable. He's been, and –
Well, I will say, because generally, like, sample size means something. And I feel like with Turner, you sign him for $300 million. So I'm looking at him as that type of player, and he's not that type of player. But this is where, like, people always say, you love Ben Simmons. I said, no, I readjusted my expectations for Simmons. I wanted him to be great. I wanted him to be an MVP. Once I realized he wasn't that, I then readjusted it and did appreciate what he was really good at. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but it was just, and that makes sense, but his roster spot was there for him to be an all-star.
I know.
Even though your expectations were fairly adjusted, the fan base, they're not capable.
I get that, but that's my point with Turner here. Turner, to me, has been disappointing for $300 million guy that you signed. But readjusting my expectations, he's been pretty good this year offensively. He's different from what you thought you were getting from him. But, like I always say, like, has he been impactful? Is he having a big impact on the team and why they're winning? I don't know, but I can't sit here and say it'd be idiotic to say he's having a bad year. He just not what I hoped when they signed him. So now I have to readjust my expectations and say, you know what? He's not what I hoped for, but I can't say he's been bad. He's been pretty solid. Whereas Castellanos is a guy I had high expectations for, and he has miserably failed those expectations for me. So I've readjusted my expectations for him, and sadly, my readjusted expectations are a guy that is not the right fit for this team.
Okay, but something that ties into this, like with Tobias Harris, we always used to say that contract's abysmal. At one point, he was like a top 4 paid guy. In the league.
Castellanos is Tobias Harris. That's who he is.
Yeah, but my point is, who cares what he's getting paid? Like, who cares what Tobias is getting paid? We brought that up when we were talking about Tobias.
Well, it ties into what this team lacks and what when I say – and you say, and everyone listening says, this team needs a right-handed power bat. Well, then how do you think if Castellanos was sitting in the room and they're like, what's wrong with this team? We need a right-handed power bat. And Castellanos is sitting there like, well, I'm right-handed. Are you saying that I'm not good enough? Is that what you're telling me? Yes, that's what we're saying. We're saying you are not meeting the expectations for what I had for you.
I'll say this, man, and this is what I had in my notes to possibly get into today. I think we've landed on gold with the Is This Season Fun? But we're talking about Casty. So he may be the most undervalued or disrespected athlete in Philly. He just played 231 consecutive games.
Oh, I saw your tweet about that today, and I wanted to puke.
Dude, listen, I can't believe I'm turning into this guy because I've been the most critical about Cassie. He drives me insane in the playoffs, in the World Series. He looks like I've compared him to me. That's how bad he's looked at the plate. Just completely no IQ. But, man, this guy has been playing and showing up every single day in Philly. This guy has been delivering. I think as of late, he's been batting cleanup. I have his numbers on a separate tab. But, I don't think he's as bad as we bill him to be, man. I think he gets a little bit too much disrespect.
No. I'm not saying he's bad. That's the problem, though. He's just average. And this team doesn't need another just average player. They need someone from the group of average to jump out of the average group and become good to great. That's the problem. Yeah. They have too many duplicitous type of hitters. Bohm is another guy. Why am I not as hard on Bohm? Simple. He makes $7 million. He gets paid peanuts next to what Castellanos gets paid. So if Castellanos was making
money,
$7
it's about the expectations. Bohm.
Doesn't the contract
be an all-star if we want to win a title, right?
Doesn't the contract give the or don't they go hand in hand?
Yeah, they do, but there's also times where guys are on a rookie contract, and it's like, okay, we're getting them. Like Brock Purdy was getting paid peanuts for a while, but Brock Purdy was viewed as a top NFC quarterback. Right? Like, you get my example.
Well, quite frankly,
just because you're on a cheap contract doesn't mean that's your value and role to the team at that particular time.
Well, quite frankly, I mean, you could make an argument that Bohm has been more valuable than Castellanos.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you probably could. Yeah, you probably could.
And I say it this like, I don't want Bohm hitting in the middle of the lineup. I don't think he's good enough to hit there. But sadly, they had to move him there because Castellanos started the season in the middle, and they had to get him out of there because he wasn't getting the job done, and they had to put Bohm there. Bohm ends up with 97 RBI 2 years in a row. Nick Castellanos ain't got 97 RBI on this team, right? I mean, last year, he had 106 to 1 year.
So I see in 16 outings, over the last 16 outings, Casty is batting .333, .381, .526 with 2 homers, 5 doubles, 5 ribbies, a stolen base. He's also batted in the cleanup spot with the Harper's absence in 5 of the last 6 games. He's played pretty well over the past, couple of weeks. And this is a guy whose numbers always seem to end up being like, wow. That's all, and he's showing up every day. The 231 games, dude, I feel like it's like, man, he gets no love.
That to me, he doesn't get a lot of love for me on that. I mean, there's times where he should have been benched, and for whatever reason, last year they just kept playing him. I don't know if he wanted to play 162 and whatever that came from. Hey, I want to play every day. He didn't play every day deservingly is part of the problem, I think, for me.
Okay, I hear you, and I'm not really going to push back on it. It's just if I had to be the defender of Cassie, it's like I feel bad for him in a sense because if he was on a different era Phillies team, I think the respect would be different, is my point.
I talked about this the other day. Nick Castellanos has a negative WAR, which means he's unplayable for the most part. Minus .2 is his WAR. In other words, if he had somebody replace him, he's not even worth a victory. He's actually now preventing you from winning games. On the flip side of that, you pick any guy. Johan Rojas is .4. Johan Rojas is more valuable of a player than Nick Castellanos. Now, you might say, how is that even possible with the numbers? I mean, Castellanos, he gets hit when no one's on base. He comes up and strikes out twice. He hits a triple when the game's already out of hand. I mean, he doesn't really – they said today he's left 119 runners on base this season. 119. And T-Mac made the comment, man, if he could only have just knocked 10 of those 119 guys in, his RBI total would be up to 42, which would put him like in a pretty good spot. So he just has been maddeningly frustrating.
And it's also hard to quantify the WAR. Like, okay, you've been critical of Brandon Marsh. Brandon Marsh's WAR was awesome last season. We have to value it. It's like, I hear you, but I don't know how much weight we should put into it. I'm genuinely asking.
I don't know. Everybody looks at stats differently. I know. To me, the WAR number
is that the be all end all.
No, it's not. I mean, generally, if you look at WAR and say who's in that category for league leaders, you go look at that number and ask yourself. Yeah. If I look at the league leaders in that category and I see the names at the top of that list, do those names make sense to me to value that number enough? I guess is the way you would do it.
And that's typically how I do it too. When I'm looking through different stats, and it always checks out. So yeah, it's certainly a very valuable metric. Yeah.
For instance, Aaron Judge right now has the best WAR in the league. You would say, okay, that makes sense. He's got a 5.5 WAR. The wins above replacement, meaning if you put someone else out there and Aaron Judge is not there, you would lose. He's worth 5.5 wins over the guy who's replacing him. Other guys up there, Jeremy Pena, that makes sense. Pete Crow Armstrong having an MVP type of season. Cal Raleigh, the catcher from the Mariners. Most people don't know who that is. He's having an unbelievable season. Yeah. He's got 26 home runs and 370 on base. Bobby Witt Jr., his WAR. So these names sound like this stat is bringing something to the table for the people out there who are like, what the hell is WAR and what are you talking about? So far, the players in that category, they make a lot of sense. By the way, the highest WAR on the Phillies is Trey Turner.
Yeah, that's scary. That's a scary spot to be in if that's our reality, is it not?
Yeah, 1.9 is his WAR right now. Trey Turner is the Phillies. Now, of course, you take a look at Harper, who is actually Schwarber's 2, so he's the highest. He's got 2. Sorry. But like Harper, he's 1.5. He has struggled this season. You hope that number goes up. But Castellanos, again, is a negative WAR.
Yeah, it's impressive. It's impressively bad to be in the negative.
All right, Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. We got another segment coming up. Glue guys, think about them. Text them in 609-403-0973. It's the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube at Mike Gill Show. All right, 5:32, Sports Bash. It's a Wednesday edition. Don't forget, join us Friday at Pig Dog in Wildwood. Stop on out. Eagles Autism Event Foundation. They'll be down there. Some couple Birds players, cheerleaders, swoop. Come on out and see the Sports Bash live and do it for a good cause with the Eagles Autism Awareness Event. The Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. We got another segment, Rye or Cy here, where we're kind of debating what's going on with this Phillies team. Is it a fun season? You having fun with this season or not? 609-403-0973 as we get, 68 games into the season. You still got a long way to go. You can chime in on the text board as always, 609-403-0973. Are you having fun with this Phillies season? That's on the table. So much going on. I mean, the draft is still coming up. It's still a little ways off here. Obviously, we'll do a lot of draft stuff leading up into it. Eagles OTAs are in the book. Got the NBA Finals tonight. It seems like the Phillies are just like the one thing that's happening right now, and they're getting all the attention. Is that a good or a bad thing? We'll see.
Attendance for the Phillies at the bank, 4th in Major League Baseball for average, 2nd in all of baseball for total. So fans are showing up, like we said last segment.
They are showing up. I was wondering, if the attendance would start to dissipate. Like, hey, you have let me down 3 years in a row now. Now I'm not going to go out there and support you. And that has not happened yet. So the fans are still into this team. It is a big it's a big draw every single day. Today, full house at the ballpark for a day game, right? It's a day game in the middle of the week. The place is packed, so got that.
No, absolutely. We're not questioning the dedication and the fan base. It's just been the question is really just about how weird the season has been with the expectations and just the city overall.
Well, I'll tell you what. When the Phillies are good, it is a different vibe, right? When the Phillies are not, when the Phillies are kind of meh or like in a malaise, with the Gabe Kapler years, they were always rough because the team was in the mix and nobody cared. So it was always frustrating.
Yeah, well, I mean, Gabe Kapler, that era was the most forgettable era maybe in Philly sports history. I mean, he was just the worst. His face was just the worst.
We did the athletic poll earlier, and it was like, what manager do you not want to play for? Gabe Kapler got votes, and he's not even a manager.
He should get votes for the rest of time. I mean, if it's multiple choice, he always needs to be an option. I support that.
Yeah, well, he did win Manager of the Year one year, didn't he? He won like 107 games that year with the Giants.
Was it the first year, I think, after leaving Philly too?
Yeah, no, they won like 107 games that year with the Giants, and nobody really had them winning. Phil and Brigantine chimes in, says, Mike, the other day Castellanos is up, Bohm on third, no one out in the eighth, takes third, 3 straight called strikes. Playoff Casty strikes early, Bohm ultimately stranded on third. Phillies lose 2-1. That's how we, the fans, view him. He's the only one to change the narrative, and he's right. Like, you have so many people that I think people want to like Castellanos. He's very aloofy. He seems like one of these guys that like you kind of like, you don't like. I don't. He is a very interesting, complex guy to wrap your head around. But I think the fans want to like the guy.
Sure, I think not all fans want to like every athlete on your favorite team, right? And yeah, he is a little bit weird. I think he's either your cup or tea or he's not at all. He is like a love-hate type of a guy.
You know what I get from him? What I get from Castellanos is I can't trust him. That's what I get from him.
Yeah, I feel you. In a big spot, I'm not going to be like, yes, Casty's up. It's just white-knuckling it and hoping it's one of those times that Casty is the good Casty.
Yep. I would be in the boat of, hey, give me a player on the team you don't want up in a key spot. He would be my guy. I would say I do not want him up.
And I hear you. Good point. Good question. Fair. How many guys do we want up? For me, outside of Harper and Schwarber are my only two that I'm like confident. Yes, I'm glad they're up.
I would agree with you. There's not a lot of guys on this team in a key spot that you feel all that confident in. Like, hey, I want this guy up. Yeah, Harper, Schwarber, maybe Turner if he's going well. No. But if you ask me, give me, guys you have no confidence in, Castellanos would be at the top of my list.
Yes, no, I hear you. That's fair. That's fair.
And keep in
Especially
mind,
the playoffs. Yeah.
again, I feel like he is the Tobias Harris here. Does he get extra criticism because his contract? I think that's fair, yes. If he was making $7 million, I don't think we would be as hard on him because, when you sign him for $20 million, he's coming off a year where he hit 300 with 35 homers and over 100 RBI. He had an on-base percentage of I'll tell you what his on-base percentage was that year. So you get this wrap-up that you got signed off that deal and – you haven't lived up to being the player that we signed on that deal. And because you haven't been able to be that guy, the team is constantly a bat short. So the year he gets signed, he hits 309 with a 362 on base percentage, a 939 OPS, a 3.3 WAR, 34 homers, 100 RBI. You're thinking, my God, you put that in this lineup behind Bryce Harper. That's the protection I'm looking for. And you haven't got that.
You bring up his contract a lot, but for me, his contract is not brought up a lot in casual fan conversations. Maybe I'm off base with that, but it's not like a Tobias type of contract that's being talked about, is it? Do you think it is?
Not to the extent that Harris, because Harris got a max deal. It was highly publicized, and the whole you picked Harris over me, all that stuff confounded the fact, and because in basketball that contract does hamstring you that you can't make other moves.
Right, absolutely. The impact of the contracts outside of baseball is significant. Yep.
Yeah. All right, what else we got today? Where do you want to go on the psi factor?
Yeah, all right, man. We can get a lot of size in here. The glue guys is a good one, but we can hold off on that for a minute. I want to talk Jalen Hurts if you're down, because Sims, it's just a shtick at this point with Sims, man. But he ranked Jalen Hurts 10th in all of the NFL. I sigh at that big time, but I also flip it and ask you, MG, is he elite? Is he the most undervalued guy? Or is 10th fair? Do you sigh at that?
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this yesterday. I don't think it's unfair. I mean, I think talent-wise, if you were to just say line them up, throw them around, you're saying, hey, I don't know that he's the most talented guy of all the guys out there. But what he is a winner. And what I don't know how you're ranking these guys. Are you ranking them based on talent? Are you ranking them based on intangibles? Because I think where Hurts excels is the intangibles. Being a winner, being a guy who wills his team to win, being a guy that you won in the big moments, clutch, all that stuff. Is he more Robert Horry than he is Michael Jordan? I don't know. I mean, but there are other guys that I think Robert Horry might not be high enough, or is he Andre Iguodala, a guy that you want on your team no matter what through hell or high water, but he's not the most talented guy there is. I mean, I think that is fair to say that Justin Herbert has more quarterback talent than Jalen Hurts does, no?
I don't know. I don't know if it's fair. I think my immediate thought is Jalen Hurts should be a top 5 guy after winning the Super Bowl. He's deserving of that. I think he should be considered a top 5 guy.
I guess I would ask, is just simply winning the Super Bowl, does that just vault you to you're a top 5?
You look at his success and his track record as a starting quarterback for the Eagles. Yeah, I mean, it's not like a Nick Foles Super Bowl. That's not what it was, right? You look at his body of work, and it's good numbers. It's
well,
good
Nick
stats.
Foles, by the way, Nick Foles was the MVP of the Super Bowl. He was pretty
Sure.
damn good.
Yeah.
And again, I have no problem. Like for me, I've always liked Hurts. I got into a battle with a guy years ago, and when Hurts was in his first season, and he kind of struggled through. And the Eagles were looking at Deshaun Watson and Russell Wilson and that group of guys. And I said, I saw enough from Hurts that I would like to have him come back rather than bring in a Russell Wilson or a Deshaun Watson or draft somebody.
I remember those combos, yeah.
And the guy was coming after me. He stinks. He'll never be in. And I'm like, hey, listen, I would much rather take another shot with him. So I've always kind of liked Hurts as a winner. I think that guy was saying he's not good enough. He don't have the arm strength, his decision-making, yada, yada, yada. I think there are a lot of people out there that still don't understand how and why Hurts has been as good as he became.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like the talent around him has been held against him unfairly.
The talent around him has been held. That's all. Like guys who come in, second round pick, didn't have the expectations, then he succeeds. Well, it's the other guys, right? If you don't have A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, are you really this level of player? Like if you were
Right.
like if you send him to Carolina, is he elevating Carolina to a respectable team?
Right. He just doesn't have that highlight reel where it's Mahomes or Josh Allen where you're like, oh my goodness, we see it. We all see it. He's Superman. He has the cape on. Right. Jalen Hurts is very methodical with, his game tape is not always the flashiest thing in the world, but just because he had the best O-line and he had Saquon and he has, great receivers, like you can't say he stinks or you hold that against him and you put Jordan Love ahead of him. Right. Like, I think we've seen enough to say he's a top 5 guy. Is my main
I
point.
think so too, me personally, but I don't think it's egregious to say, hey, he was number 10. If you happen to like Matthew Stafford's arm strength, Justin Herbert's this, that. I mean, those guys are not like stiffs either. Matthew Stafford won a Super Bowl, by the way.
Yeah. No, yeah. Listen, Stafford is certainly a top 10 guy. There's a lot of guys that are in that conversation. Herbert's in there, Baker Mayfield, Jared Goff. Obviously, Josh Allen, Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, right? There's a lot of guys in this league that are legit, but Jalen's one of them.
And I do think, and look, if you're in the top 10, aren't you really just saying, hey, all these 10 guys can be anywhere from between 10 and 1. You just figure out where you want to put them?
No, I don't know, man, because I think it's more like top 6. Like the top 6 are elite. Like in the top 10, he had Baker Mayfield. Is Baker Mayfield like elite? No, like I don't consider he's good. He's serviceable. He's good. I like him. He's not elite.
He was the number 1 pick in the draft.
He was. He's had a lot of success in this league. I don't consider him to be an elite quarterback at that position right now. Do you?
Nah, I wouldn't say elite. No, Baker to me is not elite. Very good.
Right.
Underratedly good. I think people look at him from his time.
Baker.
I think people look at him from his time in Cleveland and kind of just like, he couldn't take – because when you're the number 1 pick in the draft, the expectation is that you are going to make that team go from the worst team in the league to now – and then if you can't do that, then you become like, hey, you couldn't do what you were drafted to do. I would say Baker took that team to the playoffs. That's something that not many quarterbacks have been able to do.
So are you saying if Baker Mayfield was a second-round pick, he would maybe get more praise than he does? Like there's just more weight that comes with being number 1 overall.
I think the expectations of, yes, you were the number 1 pick and you are now on your 5th team. How many teams has he been on? Cleveland, Carolina, the Rams. I feel like he was somewhere else in there, and now he's kind of settled into Tampa Bay here.
Yeah, he's been a lot of places because a lot of places need a quarterback and he can play it. Yeah, but he's just not at that top level. But it's tough. It's a good conversation. I think Jalen's always like an enigma.
He is. No, he's a tough one to kind of quantify because second-round pick, doesn't have like, the quote-unquote arm strength or quarterback traits, or he doesn't have that elite, all of those things, but he's very, very good at like everything.
Yeah, I mean, if you're picking a quarterback to win you one game, I think he has to be one of the first 5 names you mentioned for sure.
All right, OKC, Indiana tonight. We got that game for you here on 97.3 ESPN. Of course, you can listen to the game. There's another Ryer side. We'll do it again. I like Oklahoma City kind of going the rest of the way here.
Wow. All right, man.
Yeah, unfortunately. Oh, no, I'm picking I was rooting for OKC all along here, but unfortunately, I'd like to see a good final, but I think Oklahoma City kind of pulls away here.
Yeah, this is a must-win tonight for Indy.
Yeah, man. All right, we'll do it again tomorrow.
Peace.
All right, see you. There you go. Ryer Sy on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We got the Bet365 play of the day coming up here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Don't forget, Friday we're live at Pig Dog in Wildwood. We'll be down there at the Eagles Autism Foundation and at Pig Dog Voorhees Pier. I got the Bet365 play of the day. That is coming up next on the Sports Bash on a day the Phillies win. They beat the Cubs. They take 2 out of 3, and Luzardo dominant today with 10 strikeouts. Schwarber with a homer, and Alec Bohm goes yard today as well. More Sports Bash coming up. At 5:52, getting ready to get out of here on this Wednesday night. Phils win 7-2 today, so they take 2 out of 3 from the Cubbies. Day off tomorrow. We'll be live at Pig Dog Beach Bar on Friday in Wildwood for the Eagles Autism Foundation event. So make sure you try to stop down and see us down there. We got the Bet365 play of the day. How did yesterday go for us?
Well, Mike, you hit the parlay. Mets and Yankees both won. So if folks would have taken that parlay and listened to you, they would have gotten a good winner last night. You are now 178, 121, and 1. By the way, I don't know if you saw, did you see the home run by Aaron Judge last night? That thing was a gargantuan blast.
Did not see it.
They said it was the broadcasters last night said it was the first time they've ever seen a ball hit over the Royals Hall of Fame club.
Jeez.
In the outfield.
Well, I hope I get to a winner tonight. I like the over tonight in the Thunder Pacers game, 226.5. Thunder Pacers over. You can listen to that game right here on 97.3 ESPN. The over-under, 226.5. I'll take the over. Thunder Pacers tonight. And that series is tied 1-1. Spread's minus 5.5. Oklahoma's favored on the road by 5.5 tonight. So kind of tells you where they think that might go. But I'm staying off the spread of the game. I'll go total 226.5. I'll take the over. And that's my Bet365 play of the day.
Spacing of these games always drives me nuts.
Yeah, I agree. Sunday and then Monday, Tuesday.
Nothing.
Trying to, hey, last night, what I watched last night, Phil's game.
I mean, I was mostly just watching
the
late
Phil's game last night. That was a long game last night.
I feel like every time they do an outfield game, it's a long game.
That I don't know. I haven't paid attention to the outfield calls. I mean, I know they've done them in the past, but whether they've taken long or not. They were feeding them some food last night. Jason Kelsey stopped by.
Yeah, Jason Kelsey brought a bucket of garage beer for Kruk. They were peer pressuring Krucker last night to drink during the broadcast.
All right, that's about do it for me. You got the NBA Finals tonight. You can listen to that right here on 97.3 ESPN. Tomorrow we're back. Jeff Kerr. We'll do a little OTA recap from him and get his observations from Eagles OTAs that happened on Tuesday. We'll have the football at 4, our unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Today was The Sopranos, the Michael Jordan of television shows. We had a lot of feedback on that one. You can get involved, as always, on the text board, 609-403-0973, the free mobile app. Download it, all thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle City. The app is free. Josh has game night coming up next, and I'm Mike Gill. This has been the Sports Bash Live. Thanks to Mike McGarry, Jeff Mosher, the Nuggets, of course, and we did a little Ryer side there in the last hour of the show. Have a great night, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Have a great night, everybody. Talk to you.